Hello, dear friends. Tonight let us settle into the quiet and gentle presence of our Lord. Let your shoulders loosen, your breath slow, and your mind soften. As you listen, imagine the flicker of candlelight dancing across a room, the night breeze brushing softly through open windows. Perhaps a cup of warm tea rests near you, or the quiet hum of a fan accompanies the stillness. Here in this space, we invite peace to your heart and the gentle whisper of God's love to guide you. If you are new here, welcome. Consider subscribing to share these moments of calm and reflection with others. Let us take a moment to notice where you are. Maybe your favorite chair beside a window or on the edge of your bed. Tonight, we will journey through gentle thoughts, small acts, and the quiet presence of God, readying your heart and mind for rest. In the quiet of dawn, hearts reach for God. The first light stretches over the horizon, a delicate ribbon of pale gold spilling across dew-drenched fields. Each blade of grass glistens, tiny prisms catching the sun's tentative warmth, as if the earth itself is leaning into a new day with a sigh of relief. You step barefoot onto the soft ground, feeling the cool, moist earth beneath your feet, its subtle texture grounding you in this peaceful moment. A gentle wind brushes through the orchard nearby, carrying the faint scent of apple blossoms and the whisper of awakening leaves. Somewhere beyond the ridge, a sparrow lifts into the pale sky, its wings trembling ever so slightly before gliding with the rhythm of the morning. You pause by an ancient oak, its bark rough beneath your fingertips, and in its permanence you sense patience and enduring care. You bend your head slightly, taking in a deep, steady breath, and let the quiet filling your lungs become a quiet prayer. Not one of words, but of awareness of God's nearness, of the life pulsing in the small, ordinary details. The sunlight shifts gently, illuminating the rough grain of the tree and the soft curve of the moss beneath its roots. You trace a finger along a winding vein in the bark, imagining God's hand in every intricate detail, steady and certain, holding all things together. A bluebell nods near the fence, trembling in the breeze as though greeting the day. You bend to observe it closely, careful not to disturb its calm, and you feel an unexpected tenderness bloom inside your chest. The tiny flower seems to whisper that you are seen, that the small stirrings of your heart are known, that your silent hopes are not unnoticed. Each step you take across the field is slow, deliberate. Your toes sink slightly into the damp soil, grounding you in this gentle rhythm of the morning. Even the distant hum of a farm tractor or the faint creak of a gate swinging in the wind feels softened in this light, each sound blending into a harmonious meditation. Hands resting loosely at your sides, you close your eyes for a moment. You imagine God's presence like the wind brushing past your face, invisible yet undeniable, surrounding you with calm and reassurance. The world is waking around you, but here, in this field, time itself seems to have slowed, as though it too wishes to linger in the hush of prayerful quiet. Your heartbeat slows, syncing with the gentle pulse of the earth. You notice the way a single leaf shivers on a branch, how a small bird hops delicately across the fence, and in these small observations, your soul finds a rhythm of wonder and gratitude. A faint mist rises from the river nearby, curling in soft spirals and catching the early light, a delicate veil separating the ordinary from the sacred. You take a slow breath and imagine sending every silent longing upward, letting your unspoken desires rest in God's hands, carried gently by the morning air. There is no hurry, no demand, only a quiet offering of your heart, trusting that God is present, Steady and aware of each fluttering hope, the orchard hums softly with life. Bees drift lazily over blooms, their wings a whispering hum, unnoticed except by those who pause to notice. You stoop and let your fingers graze the petals of a lily, petals cool and soft. And you imagine God's care in their precise arrangement, the way each curve seems intentional, deliberate, perfect. You feel a quiet smile rising in your chest, a warm, unspoken understanding that even the smallest aspects of creation are infused with love and attention, and that this same love reaches you here in the hush of the morning. You walk slowly along the path back toward your home, the sunlight now warming your back, golden and steady. Each step is mindful, each inhalation a gentle prayer. You brush your hand over the fence, smooth and worn from years of use, and you imagine God's gentle guidance, the steady presence that walks with you through the ordinary moments of life. The air is filled with subtle sounds, the soft clatter of a loose shutter in the wind, the distant murmur of water over rocks, the occasional rustle of a squirrel moving through fallen leaves. Each sound, soft and unobtrusive, feels like a hymn whispered in secret, a reminder that God's presence is woven through every detail of life, even in the quietest and simplest of things. Soft wind in the trees. As the sun climbs higher, you feel a gentle settling within your chest. The whispered longing that began in the first blush of dawn now rests, softened and steady. You carry a quiet awareness of God's presence as you pause on the porch, the morning stretching gently before you. The small movements of life, the careful watering of flowers, the arranging of chairs, the slow sip of tea, become prayers in themselves, each imbued with intention and love. In this first part of the day, you feel the soft pulse of faith, a calm reassurance that you're held, that your heart's quiet desires have been heard, and that you are beginning this day with gentle steps, accompanied by the quiet, enduring nearness of God, soft rustle of leaves. Even as the day unfolds beyond this field, the hush remains within you, a delicate, persistent whisper of divine presence. Your heart, once quietly reaching, now rests, ready to notice the beauty of each subsequent moment. Here, in the stillness and the soft light, God's nearness is evident not through grandeur, but through these tender details, subtle and constant. And as you take your next steps, you carry that gentle assurance with you, a soft pulse of peace that will linger throughout the day. As the sun warms the earth, hearts open to God's quiet guidance. The day stretches slowly, a soft expanse of light unfolding over the meadow. Morning mist still lingers in low hollows, curling around the roots of trees and the soft folds of the land like gentle whispers from a higher presence. You step out onto the porch, feeling the warmth of sunlight brushing your face, soft and unhurried, as though time itself moves at a gentler pace here. A few crows call from the distant tree line, their voices deep and resonant, but not jarring, simply part of the orchestra of life greeting the new day. Your hands brush over the worn railing, the wood smooth beneath your fingertips, warmed from the morning sun. Each groove and indentation seems to carry a story, decades of sun, rain, and the quiet movements of generations past. You imagine God noticing even these smallest details, the steady care that has preserved this railing and this home, and in that thought a soft sense of reassurance settles over you. The aroma of wet earth from last night's rain drifts up, mingling with the subtle sweetness of wild flowers growing along the edge of the garden. The scent alone seems to slow your heartbeat, drawing your attention to the simple, sacred rhythm of breathing in and out, here and now. Across the yard, the small wooden gate swings gently in the morning breeze. You walk slowly toward it, mindful of each step, the soil soft beneath your feet, dew soaking the hems of your trousers. A hummingbird flits near a cluster of red trumpet flowers, its tiny wings a blur, and you pause to watch it hover, sip, and drift away. The delicate perfection of such a small creature feels like a private message, a reminder of the tender presence of God in every corner of creation. Your hand rises almost instinctively in gratitude, a small silent gesture of acknowledgement, of prayer, of communion. You turn your gaze to the orchard, noticing the new buds forming on the apple trees. Each blossom is small, delicate, and yet brimming with potential. You think of the quiet ways God nurtures life, unseen but unfailing. Kneeling to touch the soft grass at the base of a tree, you feel the cool moisture against your palms, grounding you. In that touch, there is a wordless conversation, a feeling that your humble attention is seen and cherished. Even the small act of brushing dew from the leaves seems sacred when done with mindful care, a reminder that no action, however simple, is unnoticed in the eyes of the divine. A narrow path winds through the orchard, and you follow it slowly, each step deliberate. You notice the way sunlight filters through the branches, creating shifting patterns on the earth, patches of light dancing on shadows. You stop to observe a single leaf quivering in the breeze, its edges golden and thin. In that trembling leaf you feel a quiet echo of your own heart, its hopes, its fears, its desires for peace. You lift your hands slightly, letting the warmth of the morning sun pass over them, and whisper a prayer as simple as breathing, for guidance, for calm, for the quiet strength to trust in God's unfolding plan. A gentle breeze carries the faint sound of water from the river nearby. Its steady, soothing murmur feels like a soft hymn, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant jay. You pause at the edge of the path and watch the river move slowly over rocks and fallen branches, each ripple reflecting the sky's gentle blue. You imagine God's love flowing like that river, continuous, patient, never-ending. In its motion there is a sense of enduring presence, a reminder that even in moments of doubt or worry, there is a current of care carrying you forward. As you continue, you notice the small gestures of life around you, a rabbit nibbling at tender shoots, the faint shimmer of dew on a spider web strung delicately between two branches, a robin hopping lightly across the path. Each movement is ordinary, yet infused with a kind of quiet wonder when observed slowly, deliberately, with awareness. You reach down to trace a finger along the web, careful not to disturb it, marveling at the intricate design and imagining the care of the Creator in every meticulous thread. In that instant, your mind softens, and the persistent anxieties of the day fade like mist beneath the morning sun. A small stone wall lines one side of the orchard, worn smooth by years of sun and rain. You lean against it briefly, feeling the warmth of the stones against your arm. Here in this place of gentle textures and subtle scents, you find a rhythm to your thoughts. They slow, ebbing and flowing like the river nearby, as you reflect on moments of grace, fleeting but undeniable. A thought comes, quiet and tender. Even in the ordinary, God is present, attentive and constant. You close your eyes for a moment, letting that realization settle into your chest like a soft ember of reassurance, warming you from the inside. A breeze lifts the faint scent of pine from the distant woods. You inhale it slowly, letting it mingle with the floral sweetness of the orchard. The mingling aromas feel like a tapestry, layered and intricate, reminding you of the many ways God's presence is woven into the world. You reach out to gently brush the petals of a blooming lily, feeling the velvet softness, and whisper a small prayer of thanks. You imagine the petal's delicate resilience as a reflection of your own heart, capable of withstanding trials, nourished by the steady care of the Creator. Nearby, a small wooden bench invites a pause. You settle onto it slowly, the wood cool but comforting against your back. The morning sun has climbed higher, spilling over the orchard, and the dappled light plays across your hands and face. You close your eyes, letting the warmth and sounds sink deep into your being. In the quiet, a melody of thoughts arises, not rushed, not urgent, but deliberate, contemplative. You think of past joys, of small acts of kindness received and given, of moments where God's presence was unmistakable in subtle ways. Each memory is a gentle affirmation, a whisper that your faith has been carried quietly and steadfastly through all seasons. A gentle chirping of sparrows drifts across the orchard, their small repetitive notes blending with the rustle of leaves. You trace a finger along the grain of the bench, imagining each groove as a marker of life's journey, of moments of stillness and reflection. Here, in this tender observation, your heart softens further. Thoughts of doubt, of uncertainty, of distance from the divine become less pressing, replaced with a delicate awareness of God's constant nearness. Each inhale brings peace. Each exhale releases lingering tension. The river's hum grows slightly stronger as the morning sun warms its surface. You glance toward the horizon, seeing the fields stretch endlessly, bathed in light and shadow. There is a serenity here that seems to exist outside of time, an assurance that God's care is continuous, unfailing. Even the small creatures, bees drifting lazily over blossoms, a chipmunk pausing to nibble, remind you that every life is cradled, noticed, and valued. In witnessing this, your own small concerns shrink, held gently in the larger, steady rhythm of creation. You rise slowly from the bench, letting your eyes wander over the orchard one last time. The morning has grown brighter, the mist lifted, and the world feels infused with light. Each step toward the house is mindful, measured, an act of presence. The gentle hum of the river, the whisper of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the distant song of a bird all feel like sacred accompaniment, guiding you in this small pilgrimage of awareness. Even the ordinary act of returning to your door is imbued with intention, with prayer, with gratitude, soft river flow and morning wind. Inside, the warmth of the kitchen greets you. Steam rises gently from a kettle curling in lazy spirals. You pour a cup of tea, feeling the heat seep into your hands, and take a slow, deliberate sip. The warmth spreads, quiet and comforting, much like the presence of God you felt outside. You reflect briefly on the morning, its quiet miracles, its small sacred details, and its gentle, pervasive assurance of divine care. You set your cup down slowly, the aroma lingering like a soft reminder that even in the humblest of routines, there is sacredness. A shadow falls across the window, the light shifting as the sun moves higher. You glance out to the orchard once more, noticing the subtle shimmer of leaves and the slow sway of branches. The awareness of God's steadfast presence feels stronger now, not as a loud proclamation, but as a quiet, continuous current running through every living thing. You close your eyes, resting for a few moments in this gentle certainty, letting the peace sink deep, preparing your heart for the unfolding day. Soft bird calls and rustling leaves. As the morning draws to its midpoint, you feel a serene readiness. Thoughts of worry or haste are distant, like shadows retreating before light. Each small act, watering a plant, brushing a table, arranging a chair, is infused with attention and care. Each breath, each quiet glance, is a prayer, a recognition that God's presence fills the ordinary with extraordinary tenderness. And as you move through these small, mindful acts, a subtle warmth settles into your chest, a quiet assurance that you are held, guided, and beloved. Gentle wind through orchard trees. Your heart rests in this awareness, gentle, unhurried, open to the world and to God's quiet guidance. The day is alive with ordinary wonders, each infused with the sacred. And you carry this calm assurance into every next step, every next breath, every small act of attention. Here, in these simple, reflective moments, faith is a soft presence, a whispering hand, a light guiding each movement, steady and constant. In the quiet of the afternoon, God's presence is felt in every gentle breeze. The afternoon sun pours softly across the fields, painting long golden strokes on the grass. Each blade shimmers in the light, almost as if it carries a private secret from the Creator, a story too gentle to speak aloud. You walk slowly along the familiar dirt path that winds through the meadow, the warmth of sunlight brushing your shoulders and the soft scent of wildflowers mingling with the faint aroma of hay from the distant barn. Even the simplest landscape feels like a sanctuary when observed with care, each detail a whisper from God to the heart. A soft wind drifts through the trees, bending branches in subtle arcs. Leaves flutter down, slow and deliberate, landing on the path or clinging briefly to a branch before drifting further. You reach out to brush one away, feeling its thin, fragile texture against your fingertips. It is a small, ordinary act, yet it feels imbued with a deep significance and acknowledgement of life's delicacy and God's constant attention to each tiny piece of creation. The touch of a leaf, the soft murmur of the wind, the gentle warmth on your skin, all feel like quiet signs of care, unseen but unceasing. Nearby, a small pond reflects the sky in its still surface. Ripples from a passing breeze distort the mirrored clouds into gentle dancing patterns. You pause, squatting slightly to touch the water with your fingertips. Cool, refreshing fluid, like the presence of God flowing into your being. A dragonfly hovers above, wings shimmering in iridescent sunlight. You watch it, completely still, and in its delicate balance, see a reflection of faith itself, quiet, precise, trusting, and entirely in God's hands. You close your eyes briefly, listening to the water's soft lapping at the bank, imagining it washing away residual worries, carrying them downstream, leaving your mind calm and uncluttered. A distant hawk calls, high and clear, circling effortlessly in the warm sky. Its cry is not jarring but melodic, blending into the larger symphony of the afternoon. The rustle of leaves, the low hum of bees over blossoms, the distant bark of a dog. Each sound is a subtle affirmation of life's rhythm, each moment a gentle invitation to pause and reflect. You take a slow, deep breath, letting the air fill your lungs fully, feeling the warmth and light course through you, a quiet reassurance that God's presence is constant, like the air itself, unseen yet essential and sustaining. Walking along the path, you notice the small gestures of care in the natural world, a bird gathering twigs for its nest, the careful arrangement of stones along the stream's edge, the dew still lingering on petals of an early bloom. You pause to adjust a tiny branch that obstructs the path, smiling softly at the realization that even in these small acts, you participate in creation, reflecting God's love and attentiveness through simple, deliberate action. Each gesture, however minor, is a prayer, a note in the larger song of gratitude and awareness. A gentle hill rises ahead, crowned with a cluster of wildflowers that sway lazily in the afternoon breeze. You climb slowly, feeling the soft crunch of earth beneath your shoes. Each step is measured, deliberate, as if moving in tandem with the quiet rhythm of the world around you. Reaching the top, you pause, gazing out at the fields that stretch beyond, bathed in a warm, golden haze. The sky is vast, pale blue, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily across its expanse. You feel the breadth of creation and the unspoken message it carries. God's care is boundless, extending to every corner of the world, including your small, quiet life. A single oak stands on the crest of the hill, its branches wide and protective. You sit beneath it, leaning against the sturdy trunk. The bark is rough under your fingers, grounding you in the present. Sunlight filters through the leaves in fragmented, dancing patterns, casting soft, moving shadows across your lap. In this gentle play of light and dark, you feel an intimate connection to God's artistry, a sense that each dappled sunbeam is a deliberate caress, a message that even in quiet moments, you are fully known and fully loved. The wind carries a faint scent of distant pine and freshly turned soil from the fields beyond, mingling with the subtle sweetness of wildflowers at your feet. You close your eyes and listen deeply. The gentle hum of bees over blossoms, the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant trill of a meadowlark. These sounds, simple yet profound, seem to harmonize with the quiet rhythm of your own heartbeat. In this natural symphony, you sense the still, enduring presence of God, a calm that wraps around you, soft and unwavering. Reaching into your pocket, you pull out a small notebook and a pencil. You trace a line along the page, a simple sketch of the meadow before you, each mark deliberate and slow. Even as the pencil moves, you feel an inward stillness, a gentle awareness that these small acts of observation and expression are ways of honoring creation and connecting with God. You make no haste. The lines are uneven, the shapes imperfect, but they are yours, a humble offering, a witness to the beauty of ordinary life. A butterfly flutters close, landing briefly on a nearby flower. You watch its delicate wings, patterned with muted gold and brown. Each beat of its wings is unhurried, rhythmic, mesmerizing. You imagine God's hand in the intricate design, in the subtle movement, in the balance of this tiny life. And in that imagining, your mind softens further, the residual tension of earlier thoughts dissolving, replaced by a profound sense of peace. You rise slowly, brushing your hands gently against your trousers. Each movement is deliberate, infused with quiet gratitude. The path leads you downward toward the stream, where sunlight dances across the water's surface. You pause to run a hand through the cool, clear flow, feeling the gentle current slip past your fingers. It is a tactile reminder that life, faith, and God's presence are continuous, moving in quiet currents beneath the surface of everyday experience, nourishing, guiding, unseen yet indispensable. A small wooden bridge arches across the stream, worn smooth by years of footsteps. You cross it deliberately, hearing the soft creak of the planks beneath your weight. The bridge feels like a symbol, a gentle passage from one moment of awareness to another, a reminder that God accompanies you across all transitions, however subtle. On the far side, a patch of clover spreads, sprinkled with tiny white blossoms. Kneeling, you touch the petals lightly, feeling their delicate resilience and marveling at the quiet perfection of God's handiwork. The sun has shifted, and shadows lengthen across the meadow. You lie back in the grass, letting the warmth of the afternoon sun seep into your back, the earth steady beneath you. Birds call softly from the trees, Insects hum lazily, and a gentle breeze stirs the grass around you. In this moment, you sense an intimate connection with the quiet rhythm of creation and with God's presence that moves in the subtle, everyday wonders. Each inhale fills you with light. Each exhale releases tension. Your heart feels expansive, open to the beauty of the world, aware of God's quiet companionship. The stream murmurs nearby, a gentle lullaby in liquid form. You close your eyes, letting the sunlight warm your face and the wind brush past in soft currents. Even the ordinary actions, sitting, touching the grass, observing the flutter of wings, carry a spiritual resonance, a whisper that life is held, guided, and cherished. Every small breath, every gentle observation is a reminder that God's care is steady, pervasive, and intimate, existing in both the grand and the humble. Soft afternoon stream and distant birds. As the afternoon wanes, you rise slowly, feeling grounded, calm, and attentive to the subtle movements of life around you. The sun leans toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields, bathing everything in a warm, forgiving light. You walk back along the familiar path, noticing every detail, the way sunlight glints on dew-soaked leaves, the gentle sway of grasses in the breeze, the slow, deliberate flight of a dragonfly. Each moment becomes a meditation, a small celebration of presence, a reminder that God is near, attentive, and unhurried, wind rustling through meadow grass. By the time you reach the orchard again, the day's warmth lingers softly, and your heart feels light. Even the simplest acts, placing your hand on a tree trunk, observing a bird's careful feeding, inhaling the rich, earthy scent of soil, carry meaning. You pause for a final breath, letting gratitude and faith settle deep within, feeling a gentle peace that will accompany you into evening. Here, amid the ordinary beauty and quiet miracles, God's presence is felt fully, a steady, comforting current flowing through the rhythm of life. As the day softens into evening, God's gentle presence lingers in every shadow. The sun dips lower in the sky, painting the horizon with muted shades of amber and rose. Its light filters softly through the leaves of the orchard, scattering in delicate patterns on the earth. You walk slowly along the familiar path, feeling the cooling warmth of the day still lingering on your skin, the faint scent of apple blossoms mingling with the crispness of approaching twilight. Even in this subtle dimming, there is a richness, a quiet invitation to pause and notice the world's gentle transitions. The trees sway gently in the evening breeze, their leaves rustling like whispered prayers. Each sound feels like a subtle note in a larger melody, a quiet reminder that life is orchestrated with care, and that God's attention reaches even the smallest details. You pause beneath a low-hanging branch, brushing your fingertips along the textured bark. Its roughness feels grounding, reminding you of the enduring strength of creation, the steady, reliable presence of the divine, holding everything together with unwavering love. Nearby, a small stream murmurs softly as it winds through the meadow, its water glinting faintly in the fading light. You kneel to touch the surface, feeling the coolness slip over your fingers, and watch as the ripples extend outward, dissipating slowly. Each wave seems like a gentle echo of God's care, subtle but constant, moving through your life and the world beyond. A dragonfly hovers near the water's edge, wings catching the last rays of sunlight in fleeting glimmers. You watch it, motionless, and in its delicate presence sense the quiet order of creation, perfectly balanced, perfectly tender. The horizon deepens to soft purples and blues, and the first stars begin to emerge, tiny points of light in the vastness. Their appearance is so gradual, so gentle that you barely notice until the sky seems sprinkled with quiet brilliance. You tilt your head back, letting the expanse of the heavens fill your vision, and feel a deep sense of awe, a reassurance that the universe is vast, yet intimately connected to your own quiet moments. Each star, a whisper of God's handiwork, shines steadily, unhurried, constant, and reassuring. A solitary bird calls from the treetops, its melody low and melodious, blending seamlessly with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the stream. You pause, listening carefully, feeling your heartbeat slow, harmonizing with the rhythm of the evening. Each sound is a gentle marker, reminding you that you are fully present, fully held, and fully observed by a loving Creator. Even the ordinary, the flap of wings, the soft trickle of water, the shifting shadows, feels sacred, charged with quiet significance. Walking slowly toward a small bench by the orchard's edge, you notice a patch of late-blooming wildflowers, their petals gently swaying in the breeze. You crouch slightly, touching a soft petal, feeling its delicate texture between your fingers. In this small, tender gesture, you recognize the divine artistry present in every living thing, a reminder that God's care extends from the grandest vistas to the tiniest detail, and that every element of creation carries a whisper of love, attentiveness, and grace. The air has grown cooler, and you pull a light shawl across your shoulders. You sit on the bench, leaning back against its smooth wood, and allow your eyes to wander over the orchard bathed in twilight. Shadows stretch and blend with the fading light, creating patterns that shift imperceptibly, quietly, with each passing moment. In this soft, liminal space, you feel your mind unclutter, letting go of the day's small concerns, your thoughts settling into a gentle rhythm, like the flowing stream at your side. A fire crackles softly in a nearby hearth, its warmth radiating in gentle waves. You draw closer, resting your hands near the glowing embers. The scent of burning wood mingles with the earthiness of the orchard, and you close your eyes for a moment, letting the warmth seep into your body and the rhythmic crackle settle your spirit. Each tiny spark rising into the air seems like a quiet blessing, small points of light carrying reassurance that God's presence is intimate, radiant, and constant, even in the calmest moments. You reach for a small journal and a pencil, tracing slow, deliberate lines across the page. No rush, no pressure, just the gentle movement of pencil against paper, a way of recording the beauty and peace that surrounds you. Perhaps you sketch the outline of a tree, or the arc of the stream, or the delicate petals of a blossom. Each mark is infused with calm intention, a meditation in motion, a private conversation with God expressed through mindful observation and reflection. A light wind stirs the grass, carrying faint whispers of distant pines and the earthy scent of soil. You inhale deeply, filling your lungs with the clean, quiet richness of evening air. Exhaling slowly, you feel the residual tension of the day drift away, carried off by the breeze. Every breath is a small prayer, a rhythm in harmony with the soft sounds of the orchard and the gentle cadence of your heartbeat. You feel connected, not only to this space, but to the Creator who holds it all in quiet, loving attention. The first crickets begin to chirp, their high, steady notes weaving into the soft chorus of evening sounds. You listen closely, feeling the music of the natural world resonate within you. It is not intrusive, not hurried, simply present, steady, and nurturing. The stars above glimmer more distinctly now, each a quiet sentinel in the night, a witness to the calm that stretches across the earth and settles softly into your own heart. A small fox pauses at the edge of the orchard, its fur a muted rust-coloured glow in the fading light. It watches you briefly, ears twitching, then slips silently into the brush. This small fleeting encounter brings a gentle reminder of the sacredness inherent in all life, and you sense the divine presence in every careful, deliberate movement, every quiet act of survival, and every gentle interaction with the natural world. You rise slowly, brushing your hands together and feeling the cool air on your skin. The orchard seems to exhale with you, a collective sigh of day yielding to evening. You notice how the shadows deepen gradually, stretching across the orchard, the soft light of the setting sun giving way to the gentle, protective darkness of night. In this moment, God's presence feels near, encompassing both the brightness and the quiet, the warmth and the cool, the seen and the unseen. A soft light glows from the windows of the nearby cottage, a welcoming, steady beacon. You step toward it, noticing the way shadows dance along the ground, the warm amber light spilling gently into the twilight. The sound of a distant bell, faint and soothing, marks the passage of time, a gentle reminder that evening is a space for reflection, gratitude, and quiet prayer. You pause at the doorway, taking in a deep breath, feeling grounded, aware, and softly illuminated by the glow around you and within you. Evening breeze through orchard leaves. Seated in a comfortable chair by the hearth, you allow your gaze to soften. The fire flickers, casting playful shadows on the walls, the gentle warmth sinking into your shoulders. Outside, the night is settling over the orchard, bringing a hushed stillness, punctuated only by distant calls of night birds and the soft rustle of leaves. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the quiet enfold you, aware that God's presence is steady, patient, and intimate. Fire crackling softly, distant night birds. Your mind drifts over the day's simple moments, the gentle sway of the stream, the tender brush of leaves, the flutter of dragonfly wings, the quiet stretch of sunlight over the meadow. Each memory, each observation carries a gentle reminder of faith, a reaffirmation of God's constant loving attention. And in this soft reflection, your heart feels light, your spirit calm, and your body begins to relax into the tranquil rhythm of evening. As darkness deepens, the first hints of night fragrance fill the air, the soft perfume of jasmine, the faint earthy smell of wet soil, the cooling scent of grass. You breathe in slowly, letting the aromas mingle with the quiet symphony of night. Every inhalation draws in peace, every exhale releases the tension of the day. In this gentle dance of breath, sight, sound, and scent, God's presence feels undeniable, woven seamlessly into the fabric of evening. A soft hush falls over the orchard. The stars gleam steadily above, a gentle constancy in the shifting darkness. You sit quietly, hands resting on your lap, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool of the evening air, the gentle rhythm of life around you. Each subtle shift, each whisper of wind, each tiny spark of light feels sacred, as if the world itself bends slightly in acknowledgement of your presence and the quiet devotion in your heart. Soft night wind and distant crickets. The evening draws to a close with the tender reassurance that even as darkness deepens, God's presence remains unchanging. The orchard breathes softly, the fire flickers warmly, and your spirit settles into a gentle awareness of peace. You rise slowly, taking a final look at the twilight orchard, letting the quiet, steady comfort of the evening infuse you. You step indoors, feeling grounded, watched over, and deeply, softly held by a love that is constant, and unwavering. In the stillness of night, every quiet heartbeat is a prayer reaching God. The night has settled deeply over the small homestead. Shadows stretch along the walls, soft and unthreatening, flickering faintly in the light of a single candle. Its gentle glow illuminates the worn wood of the floor and the delicate curves of the chair by the window. You sit quietly, hands folded lightly in your lap, and notice the simple rhythm of your breathing, slow and steady, in harmony with the hush that has claimed the evening. Outside, the garden rests, each leaf and blade of grass steeped in the cool serenity of night. A gentle breeze stirs through the open window, carrying with it the subtle fragrance of lavender from the garden below. The scent is delicate, grounding and calming, mingling with the soft amber light of the candle and the quiet murmur of your thoughts. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the familiar smells and gentle sounds draw your mind away from the worries of the day, toward the steady, unchanging presence of God. Each exhale releases the tension coiled in your shoulders, your neck, your back, and with each breath in, a sense of peace begins to fill the spaces left behind. You hear the distant call of an owl, soft and round, echoing faintly through the trees. Its voice, low and measured, carries a comforting familiarity, a reminder of the order and constancy of creation. You imagine God's eyes upon the world, attentive and caring, watching over both the restless night and the serene moments, the silent prayers and the whispered gratitude. The thought brings a warmth to your chest, a subtle reassurance that no act of faith, no quiet murmur of devotion ever goes unnoticed. On the table beside you lies an open Bible, its pages gently curling at the edges from many years of turning. You lift it slowly, the texture of the paper cool and familiar against your fingertips, and allow your gaze to fall on the words that have brought comfort for decades. Even reading a single verse feels like a soft touch, a gentle affirmation that you are never truly alone. The verses flow slowly into your mind, sinking into your consciousness like a river meandering through soft earth, steady and purposeful. Each line, each carefully chosen word, seems to echo in rhythm with the quiet cadence of your heart, encouraging stillness, reflection, and a deepened sense of trust. Outside, the garden seems to inhale with you, the rustle of leaves in the breeze like soft whispers of blessing. A cat pads softly along the stone path, its paws whispering against the cool surface, and pauses to gaze at the stars overhead. You imagine the creature's gentle watchfulness as a reflection of God's own care, each movement intentional, each pause measured. Even in such ordinary acts, there is a sacredness that can be seen, if only one observes with patience and attention. You rise and walk slowly to the window, hands resting lightly on the sill. Moonlight streams across the garden, silvering the petals of the flowers, highlighting the gentle curve of the branches. The scene is hushed, tender, and full of quiet life. In that moment, it feels as though the universe has drawn a soft breath and you too can exhale deeply into the night. Each star above glimmers as if acknowledging your presence, as if each tiny point of light is a reminder of God's faithfulness, steadfast and unending. Turning back to your chair, you take up a small journal and pencil. The graphite moves slowly across the page, recording thoughts that have risen quietly over the day. You write about the soft patterns of sunlight on leaves, the hush of the orchard at dusk, the way the fire's warmth lingered on your skin. Each observation is an act of gratitude, each word a gentle prayer. The motions themselves, lifting the pencil, tracing the letters, feeling the friction against the paper, become a meditation, a rhythm that carries your spirit toward calm and reflection. A light rain begins to patter against the window pane, delicate and soft, like a lullaby from the sky. You listen to the rhythm, steady and unhurried, feeling it seep into the corners of your mind. Each drop seems to carry a subtle promise that the world, despite its challenges and uncertainties, remains under the care of a loving creator. The sound becomes a companion, its quiet constancy grounding your thoughts, soothing your mind, and drawing your attention to the blessings hidden in the simple, unnoticed details of life. You reach for the small lamp beside your chair, its glow gentle and mellow, casting soft reflections on the pages of the Bible open before you. Fingers resting lightly on the paper, you read a verse aloud, softly, letting the words linger in the room, wrapping around you like a warm blanket. The cadence of your voice is calm, unhurried, echoing faintly against the walls. Each phrase carries reassurance, each sentence a small, quiet affirmation of faith. Even as the candle flickers, the meaning remains steady, unwavering. Outside, the garden glistens under the combined light of moon and rain, each leaf, each petal sparkling faintly with moisture. You imagine God's eyes upon this scene, noting every detail, each small act of life, each breath and heartbeat. A sense of wonder rises within you, not in a sudden, overwhelming surge, but as a gentle, expanding warmth that fills your chest and spreads through your limbs. The world feels vast, yet intimately known, and you feel a quiet comfort knowing that this attention extends to you as well. You take a deep breath and fold your hands once more, closing your eyes. The rain's gentle rhythm, the distant owl, the rustle of leaves, and the soft light all combine to form a tapestry of peace. You whisper a prayer, not rushed or urgent, but steady, heartfelt, a simple acknowledgement of gratitude, a quiet request for guidance, a soft appeal for continued peace. The words feel small, yet substantial, carried on the night air, settling in your heart and finding their echo in the stillness around you. A gentle hush deepens as the rain lightens, leaving a clean, fragrant scent in its wake. The garden exhales, releasing the moisture and settling back into stillness. You stretch slightly, feeling the comfort of warmth and the gentle weight of the evening air. Each breath now comes easily, each heartbeat slower, synchronized with the rhythm of the night. You notice the soft glow of the candle's light on the pages before you, the delicate curves of the letters, and the quiet majesty of the moment. The simple, profound blessing of existing within a world held by God's care. A fox moves silently across the field, its steps muted against the moist earth. You imagine its life, cautious and aware, yet part of the quiet order of the night. Its presence, fleeting and understated, reflects the sacredness inherent in every small act, every subtle motion, every quiet life. You feel gratitude swell gently in your chest, a soft, steady warmth that seems to radiate outward, mingling with the hush of the garden, the whisper of the wind, and the faint chorus of nocturnal life. Sitting back, you allow the rhythm of your own breathing to guide your attention inward. Your thoughts drift, gentle and meandering over moments of the day, memories of people loved and small tender experiences of grace noticed. Each memory carries a quiet significance, each recollection a soft note in the ongoing melody of your life, woven seamlessly with the broader harmony of creation and the steady, unfailing presence of God. You rise to close the window, letting the night's freshness linger briefly before shutting it. The garden, now dark and still, you feel the comforting warmth of the room around you, the quiet glow of the lamp and the lingering sound of distant raindrops. Every sensation, a whisper of wind, a flicker of candlelight, the soft patter of rain, is imbued with the quiet knowledge that you are held, observed, and cherished by the Creator. Soft rain and gentle night breeze. Finally, you settle back into your chair, the Bible resting gently on your lap, your hands folded in quiet reverence. The sounds of the evening meld into a serene lullaby, the soft, steady pulse of life around you echoing within. You allow your mind to rest, trusting in the constancy of God's care, feeling the gentle, encompassing peace of a world softly illuminated by faith, hope, and the quiet beauty of night. Softly, almost imperceptibly, the weight of the day lifts, replaced with a sense of tranquility that settles in your chest, your shoulders, and your mind. You close your eyes fully now, letting the quiet of the night, the gentle rhythm of your own breath, and the enduring presence of God guide you toward restful stillness. Evening rain fading, distant owl. The night embraces you fully, carrying the soft promise of protection, guidance, and peace. And in this stillness you know that the day's worries and trials have been met with divine attention, and that in every quiet, unseen corner of the world, God's love is present, steady, and unwavering. With the first soft rays of dawn, God's presence gently stirs the world awake. The first light of morning seeps quietly through the thin curtains, brushing softly against the wooden floorboards of the small bedroom. The air carries a subtle chill, a whisper of night lingering just beyond the edges of the sun's early warmth. A single candle, still smouldering from the previous evening, flickers faintly in its holder, casting a golden glow that mingles with the rising sun. Its small, steady flame seems to echo the enduring steadiness of God's presence, a gentle reassurance that nothing in this day will be overlooked. Birdsong begins softly outside the window, tentative at first. A single sparrow, delicate and unsure, then joined by the gentle chorus of robins, cardinals, and finches. Their melodies weave through the garden, blending with the rustle of leaves stirred by the morning breeze. You pause at the window, drawing a deep breath, inhaling the crisp, slightly damp air that carries the fragrance of dewy grass and flowering buds. The scents, soft and unassuming, are as much a part of the morning as the warmth gradually spilling across the floor, as if God's hand itself has touched the world with gentle care. Your hands rest lightly on the windowsill, fingers tracing the edge of the frame as you watch the garden come alive. Tiny drops of dew cling to each leaf and blade of grass, reflecting the soft light and creating a quiet sparkle. A gentle squirrel hops along the fence, pausing to sniff at the soil, its tiny movements careful, deliberate, and full of a quiet energy. Even in these small, ordinary creatures, there is a reflection of God's attention to detail, a reminder that every life, every motion, every breath is witnessed and cherished. The kettle hums softly on the stove, its warmth filling the kitchen with a subtle aroma of brewing tea. You move slowly, deliberately, enjoying the simple comforting motions of pouring water, watching the steam rise in lazy swirls that catch the sunlight and drift toward the ceiling. Each gesture is small, mundane perhaps to the world, but intimate and meaningful within this quiet morning ritual. You feel the weight of the previous night's stillness settle within you, mingling with the warmth of the room, grounding your spirit in a sense of calm anticipation for the day to come. You open the Bible, its pages crisp under your fingers, the familiar smell of ink and paper grounding you in decades of devotion and reflection. The words seem alive in the morning light, the letters soft and luminous, each verse offering guidance, comfort, and a gentle nudge toward gratitude. You trace the lines with a fingertip as you read slowly, deliberately, allowing each phrase to sink into your mind, filling the spaces where anxiety or restlessness might otherwise have been. Each verse is a quiet affirmation of faith, a steady heartbeat that harmonizes with the rhythm of the waking world outside. Outside, the garden begins to hum with life. Bees drift lazily from flower to flower, their gentle buzzing a soft accompaniment to the morning bird song. The trees sway lightly, leaves rustling like whispered prayers, and the distant hills are bathed in a soft mist that rises from the valley floor, blurring the lines between earth and sky. You step outside onto the porch, feeling the cool morning air brush your face, the slight unevenness of the wood beneath your feet, grounding you in the present moment. Every breath becomes a small act of gratitude, every step a quiet acknowledgement of the Creator's care and presence. A soft wind stirs, carrying with it the sense of wet earth and blooming jasmine. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the delicate brush of the breeze against your skin, listening to the layered symphony of morning life. Somewhere in the distance, a creek gurgles over stones, its waters clear and unhurried, moving steadily toward unseen destinations. You imagine the current as a reflection of God's guidance, moving gently but persistently through the course of life, shaping paths, nourishing growth, and sustaining life with unwavering care. You return to the kitchen to pour your tea into a small cup, its warmth radiating into your hands. You sip slowly, feeling the heat spread through your chest, mingling with the calm that has begun to settle deeply in your mind. The act is deliberate, meditative, the steam rising, curling around your face, the quiet clink of the cup against the saucer. Each sound, each motion is magnified in this stillness, creating a tapestry of small sacred acts, each one infused with awareness, each one a gentle reminder of God's presence in the ordinary. You glance out the window again, noticing the interplay of light and shadow, the way sunlight dances along the petals, highlighting the delicate curves of each leaf, tracing gentle patterns across the soft grass. A robin lands lightly on the fence, its tiny claws barely making a sound. It tilts its head, listening, aware, and for a moment time seems to slow. You realize that in these ordinary sights the extraordinary is revealed, the meticulous, patient, and unwavering attention of a creator who loves each detail, each movement, each quiet act of life. The Bible rests open before you once more, and you read aloud softly, savouring the cadence of the words, letting their rhythm mingle with the sounds of morning. Each verse is a gentle current, flowing through the quiet spaces, filling them with reassurance, calm, and trust. The garden outside, the animals, the soft light, and the rising warmth all blend into a single unified experience of the divine. A slow unfolding of blessing and peace that touches every corner of your heart and mind. A small robin alights nearby, pecking gently at a patch of soft earth. You watch quietly, noting the careful movements, the patient pecking, the tiny head cocked in consideration. The scene feels timeless, steady and secure, a living illustration of providence and care. You allow yourself to breathe with it, to mirror its quiet attentiveness, letting the morning expand into a vast, gentle embrace of life and faith. You step back inside, closing the door lightly behind you, and feel the comforting warmth of the house, the faint aroma of tea mingling with the lingering freshness from outside. Every sound, the soft hum of the kettle, the distant bird song, the whisper of the wind through the trees becomes a note in a lullaby of reassurance, a gentle hymn that carries your spirit toward rest, reflection, and trust. Your hands rest once more on the open Bible, fingertips brushing the pages as you read slowly, deliberately. The words of Scripture settle deeply into your consciousness, weaving with the sights, sounds, and sensations of the morning. Each phrase is a quiet anchor, securing your heart in a trust that transcends the day-to-day worries and challenges. You feel a subtle warmth rising in your chest, a soft glow of gratitude for the light, the life, and the enduring care that surrounds you. Outside, the sunlight strengthens, spilling fully into the garden, igniting the dew on the grass into a soft, sparkling brilliance. Every leaf, every flower, every blade of grass is alive with gentle illumination, the world radiating a quiet assurance that the day, though new, is held in steady, loving hands. You take a deep breath, allowing the peace to permeate your body, feeling the tension of restlessness dissolve, replaced by a calm, measured rhythm that mirrors the pulse of creation itself. Morning bird song and soft breeze. Settling back into your chair, tea in hand, you let the light and sound wash over you. The world is awake, yet gentle, alive, yet calm, ordinary, yet infused with the extraordinary care of God. You close your eyes for a moment, savouring the peace that comes not from noise or action, but from presence, observation, and the quiet understanding that every morning carries within it a soft promise of guidance, love, and enduring serenity. In the gentle hush of midday, God's presence lingers like a soft breeze across the heart. The sunlight, now higher in the sky, drifts lazily through the window, brushing the edges of the room with golden warmth. The quiet hum of life outside is steady but unhurried. A distant crow calls once, a dog barks softly far down the road, and the trees sway lightly, leaves brushing against one another in a rhythmic whisper. You sit by the window, hands folded loosely in your lap, feeling the calm insistence of the world's slow, deliberate heartbeat. A cup of tea, still warm, rests on the table beside you. Steam curls upward, catching the light in fragile, fleeting arcs. Each swirl seems a small miracle, rising and dissipating effortlessly, a gentle reminder that the world moves in moments of grace, often unnoticed. You bring the cup to your lips, savouring the warmth, the gentle bitterness that reminds you of care and thought, and with each sip, your shoulders loosen, a slow exhale of tension leaving your body. Outside, the garden is alive in subtle, comforting motion. A bluebird hops along the edge of the flower bed, pausing to inspect a fallen petal before lifting into the air with wings that catch the sun. The motion is unhurried, each flutter precise, almost ceremonial in its quiet purpose. You watch, noticing the careful balance, the small choreography of life, and, in the reflection of the bird's movements, you sense the guiding hand of God, quiet and consistent, present even in the tiniest acts of living. A gentle breeze drifts through the open window, stirring the curtain in slow arcs, and with it comes the faint fragrance of the nearby jasmine and lavender. The scent fills the room with calm, wrapping the space around you like a soft blanket. You close your eyes, letting the aroma mingle with the warmth on your skin, allowing the stillness to deepen. In this quiet, every breath becomes a silent prayer, each inhalation and exhalation a conversation with the Creator, spoken in the language of awareness and gratitude. On the windowsill, a tiny pot of herbs, basil and thyme, shivers slightly in the breeze, leaves brushing together with gentle rhythm. You reach forward, brushing your fingers lightly across the green, feeling the rough yet tender texture of life thriving quietly. Each small touch is grounding, a reminder that even the simplest actions, when done mindfully, carry significance in the rhythm of the day and the larger pattern of creation. You whisper a soft prayer of thanks for this gentle communion, for the steady presence that threads through all things, visible and unseen. The pages of a well-worn journal lie open on the table, waiting for the soft strokes of a pen. You write slowly, letting your thoughts drift freely across the paper. Gratitude for the small joys of the morning, recognition of gentle guidance in past moments, acknowledgement of worries softened by trust. Each word is a quiet offering, a reflection of heart and mind, an act of attention that connects your inner life with the constancy of God's care. The pen moves deliberately, almost meditative, tracing the contours of thought and feeling into tangible form. Through the window, the sun moves steadily across the sky, casting shifting patterns on the floorboards. The light dances across small objects, the brass handle of a drawer, the rim of the teacup, the edge of the journal, transforming the ordinary into a quiet spectacle of warmth and clarity. You notice the way the shadows lengthen and contract, the subtle changes in tone and brightness, and it becomes clear that even the passing of time is imbued with intention, a reflection of God's attentive presence in every moment. The garden continues its gentle symphony. Bees drift slowly among the flowers, their soft buzzing a backdrop to the fluttering wings of butterflies tracing lazy paths between petals. Each insect, each movement, each delicate balance of air and light seems to echo a careful design, a silent assurance that the ordinary world is watched over and sustained. You feel a quiet awe, not the loudness of dramatic revelation, but the steady, reassuring pulse of a creator present in even the smallest, most unassuming details of life. A thin branch outside the window sways, dislodging a few early fallen leaves. They drift in lazy arcs to the soft soil below, landing without sound, a gentle reminder of the natural rhythm of letting go. You watch the leaves settle, noticing how even in their descent there is purpose, beauty, and a sense of order that mirrors the unfolding of your own life, guided by quiet, unseen hands. In the small fall of a leaf, you recognize the presence of God, careful, steady, always near, nurturing growth and tending to each life with gentle precision. The soft hum of distant wind through the trees carries a whispering quality, threading through the house and settling over the furniture, the books, the quiet movements of your hands. You trace the pattern of light and sound with your attention, letting it draw you inward. Your heartbeat slows, your mind eases, and a profound sense of calm begins to fill the spaces between thoughts. This is a quiet sanctuary, a sacred ordinary where presence and awareness meet, and in the stillness you feel held. A bird lands on the railing just outside, its small claws gripping gently, its head tilting as it listens to the world around it. You imagine it, hearing the prayers that float silently from your lips, the unspoken gratitude and the soft confessions carried on the air. Its attentive presence mirrors your own, a reflection of watchfulness, care, and mutual recognition of being alive in this vast, attentive creation. You allow the moment to linger, savouring the simplicity and profundity interwoven seamlessly in the ordinary world. The teacup cools gently on the table, the steam now rising in thinner curls that catch the sunlight fleetingly before dissipating. You lift it once more, allowing the warmth to flow through your hands, through your chest, and settle in your belly as a slow, grounding pulse of comfort. Each sip, each breath, each small observation becomes a thread in a tapestry of trust and quiet faith, weaving together your inner world with the steadfast rhythm of God's presence. Outside, the garden continues its soft orchestration. Leaves shimmer, petals bend under the weight of morning dew, and the distant hills rise like quiet sentinels, unwavering and calm. You step toward the window again, resting your hands lightly on the sill, and notice the faintest shimmer of a spider's web glinting in the sun. Each delicate strand, intricate and purposeful, reminds you that life, in all its complexity and simplicity, is attended with care, and that even the most delicate forms are held in sacred trust. Your mind drifts to memories of past mornings, times when the world seemed heavy, and yet you found solace in the quiet rituals of sunrise, tea, prayer, and observation. Those moments, though small, are sacred, held in the continuity of life and faith. You feel a gentle warmth in your chest, a slow awareness that all of these acts, these ordinary gestures, are imbued with meaning and carry you closer to the enduring calm of God's embrace. The breeze shifts slightly, rustling the curtain again, mingling with the distant hum of life. Outside, each movement, each sound, each light pattern blends seamlessly into a meditation on presence and peace. You close your eyes briefly, inhaling the layered fragrances and the subtle warmth, letting the world unfold around you in quiet harmony. Your thoughts ease, drifting like the shadows on the garden path, each one guided by the gentle, patient rhythm of care, devotion, and trust. Soft bird song and wind in trees. As the midday sun reaches its peak, you feel a sense of completion, not in the world, but in the self, a quiet center, steady and unshakable, nourished by observation, contemplation, and gentle communion with the divine. Every sound, every touch, every light pattern becomes a reminder that you are seen, held, and guided. The world is awake, alive, and tender, and you are enveloped in a profound, sustaining peace. The soft afternoon light reminds the heart of God's quiet, unwavering presence. The sun, now gently leaning westward, pours a warm glow across the room, catching the edges of books, the curve of a cup, and the delicate folds of a linen cloth. Each object seems touched by a tender hand, bathed in golden reassurance. Outside, the trees sway slowly, leaves catching the light in fleeting glimpses of brilliance, as if each flutter of green and gold is a subtle hymn praising the Creator. The air is still, save for the occasional whisper of a wind passing through the branches, carrying with it the faint scent of wildflowers and soft earth warmed by the sun. You rise slowly from your chair, feeling the subtle weight of the day on your shoulders. Each movement is deliberate, mindful, and you take the moment to notice the gentle warmth on your skin, the tiny vibrations of life around you. Your hands brush across the windowsill, tracing the smooth surface, fingers lingering over the rough knots in the wood, a tactile reminder of time, craft, and patient care. With a small breath, you allow yourself to sink into awareness, letting the ordinary become extraordinary under the attentive eye of God. A small hummingbird darts through the garden, its wings a blur, hovering at a cluster of deep red flowers. It pauses, delicate beak dipping into nectar, and then flits to another blossom, each motion precise, purposeful, yet infused with the grace of freedom. You watch, marveling at the fragile power of such a tiny life, each action seemingly simple, yet profoundly intricate, and in this you recognize the reflection of divine attention, God's care extending even to the smallest, most fleeting creatures, and through them to every corner of your own life. A tea kettle whistles softly from the kitchen, its voice muted by distance but still comforting. You step toward it, the wooden floor cool beneath your bare feet, and lift the kettle with careful hands. Steam rises in gentle coils, carrying the faint aroma of herbs steeped to warmth. You pour slowly into a waiting cup, noticing the soft patter of liquid as it meets the porcelain, the way the surface catches sunlight like liquid gold. Each small observation anchors your attention, a meditation without words, a prayer expressed in presence and mindfulness. On the porch, a gentle breeze moves through hanging wind chimes, their delicate tones mingling with distant bird song and the rhythmic rustle of leaves. You step outside, feeling the warmth on your face, and let the sounds envelop you, a subtle symphony of the ordinary elevated to sacred significance. Your fingers brush against the railing worn smooth by time, and countless hands before yours. In that texture, you sense continuity and care, a quiet reminder that every act, every touch is noticed, sustained and cherished by the divine. A small notebook rests open on the porch table, pages inviting, blank and unassuming. You pick up a pen, letting it rest in your hand as you listen to the garden's chorus. Slowly, deliberately, you write a few lines, a thought, a prayer, a gratitude, or simply an observation of the light and the soft wind. The pen moves with care, guided not by urgency but by presence. Each word is a soft thread connecting your interior life to the steady, enduring rhythm of God's watchfulness, an acknowledgement that even the simplest acts can be prayers of attention and love. Nearby, a cluster of lilies sways lightly in the breeze. Their white petals catch the sun, edges luminous and delicate, as if each blossom holds a secret whispered by the Creator. A butterfly settles for a brief pause on one of the petals, wings trembling with quiet effort, before drifting away in gentle arcs. You watch this passage of light and motion, allowing it to slow your thoughts, to soften the pulse of your heartbeat, to remind you that patience and presence are sacred acts themselves. In the distance, the sound of a creek flows steadily, its voice soft but insistent, a lullaby for the senses. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the water's gentle murmur weave through your mind, easing tension, smoothing worry, and carrying your thoughts toward gratitude. Each ripple, each small movement in the stream mirrors your own life, flowing steadily, sometimes hidden beneath the surface, yet always guided, always moving toward a larger, unseen purpose. A faint shadow passes across the porch as a passing cloud drifts over the sun, softening the light. You notice the shift, subtle but present, and let it mirror the gentle rhythms of your day, the moments of brightness and shade, the ebbs and flows of emotion and thought. Your breathing deepens, aligning with the slow, deliberate motion of the world around you. Each inhalation draws in warmth, fragrance, and soft light. Each exhalation releases tension, doubt, and worry, leaving space for peace to settle into the quiet corners of your heart. A robin hops across the grass, head tilting as it listens to the subtle symphony of wind, water, and light. You watch as it scratches at the soil, uncovering small treasures hidden in plain sight. Its movements, unhurried yet intentional, remind you of the value of quiet diligence, of attentiveness, and of noticing the divine fingerprints in the smallest details of life. A prayer rises in your mind, gentle and wordless, acknowledging the care that surrounds all living things, including yourself, and the quiet assurance that God's love extends in every direction, unseen yet profoundly present. The air grows warmer as the sun dips slightly, casting long, gentle shadows across the porch and garden. You sit again, cup in hand, feeling the steady rhythm of life. The wind brushing softly against the skin, the distant chatter of leaves, the low hum of earth warming beneath the sun. You notice the texture of the cup, the slight warmth radiating to your hands, the subtle scent of tea and earth mingling in the air. These small details, these ordinary comforts, carry with them the extraordinary truth of God's presence, constant and unfailing. The sky outside deepens into a gentle cerulean, hints of pale gold and pink brushing the horizon. Birds begin their quiet afternoon songs, a delicate counterpoint to the hum of insects and rustling trees. You lean back slightly, letting the chair support you fully, and feel a wave of calm settle, a deepening of the peace that has threaded through the day. You allow yourself to sink into this moment, a slow immersion into trust, surrender and awareness of God's steady attention. A soft sigh escapes, almost unnoticed, blending with the sounds of the porch, the garden and the distant hills. You let the sigh mark the passing of another gentle afternoon, a recognition of life's quiet beauty and the presence that guides it. Every leaf, every petal, every beam of light, and every breath you take becomes part of a larger tapestry, one woven with patience, care, and love. You close your eyes briefly, letting your mind drift, and feel a profound sense of gratitude for the quiet constancy of God's attention and care. Soft wind and distant creak. Even as the day leans toward evening, a steady sense of safety pervades. You notice the little things again, the way the light catches a brass hinge, the curve of a leaf, the soft brush of wind across your cheek. Each small observation is a prayer, each moment a testament to presence, each breath a quiet reminder that you are held. The world is awake, alive and tender, and in its ordinary beauty the extraordinary grace of God is revealed. As twilight deepens, every whisper of the wind carries God's gentle assurance. The sun has begun its slow descent, painting the sky with a soft blush of rose and gold, blending seamlessly into the delicate blue that still lingers above. Shadows stretch across the garden, reaching for the corners of the porch, stretching over the worn wooden planks where your feet rest. Each shadow seems to sway with a quiet rhythm, not frightening but comforting, like the steady heartbeat of creation itself. The air is cool now, carrying a faint scent of earth and flowers, mingled with the gentle hint of evening dew. You take a slow breath, feeling the weight of the day settle into the soft curve of the earth beneath you. Your hands rest lightly on your knees, fingertips brushing over the worn fabric of your chair. Each movement, though small, is deliberate and mindful, an acknowledgement of presence, your own and God's, that fills the quiet spaces around you. A bird calls in the distance, a single clear note that seems to echo across the open field, a delicate hymn of praise rising into the cooling sky. The porch railing feels smooth beneath your fingers as you stand, stepping lightly onto the soft grass. You notice the tiny blades, each bending slightly under the evening breeze, glistening faintly with the moisture of the late afternoon. In this simple observation, your mind quiets. The ordinary becomes sacred. The familiar touches of earth and wind remind you of the constancy of God's presence, unseen yet undeniably real. A small lamp flickers on inside the house, its light spilling out through the open window, casting a soft amber glow on the porch. It reflects off the leaves, creating dancing patterns that move with the sway of the trees. You watch these little shadows and lights, letting them guide your thoughts gently toward gratitude and quiet reflection. In each small movement of light and shade, there is a reminder of divine care, a patient, attentive presence that does not demand notice but never ceases to exist. Your eyes drift to the horizon where the sun now kisses the line of distant hills. The clouds above take on a gentle lavender hue and the first hints of stars begin to twinkle faintly, shy and deliberate. You feel a quiet awe at the slow unfolding of day into night, a rhythm that has existed since the beginning of time, witnessed by countless generations. Each breath you take seems to sync with this natural cadence, inhaling peace, exhaling tension, aligning your inner rhythm with the vast, steady pulse of creation. A small breeze passes, rustling the leaves and stirring the flowers, carrying with it a whisper of the cool night ahead. You step toward the edge of the porch, hand grazing the smooth wood of the railing. The gentle movement of branches against the fading light reminds you that life, even in its smallest details, is full of attention and care. Each leaf, each flower, each trembling blade of grass carries the touch of God's hand, a reminder that you are part of this intricate, beautiful tapestry. In the garden, a lantern sways gently from a low branch, its light catching the petals of nearby flowers, setting them aglow with a warm, soft radiance. You pause, letting the quiet warmth of the lantern fill your senses. The flicker of light mirrors the small moments of grace that appear in everyday life, unnoticed sometimes, yet always present, always faithful. You reach out with your hand, feeling the cool metal of the lantern's handle, and imagine carrying that light within yourself, a gentle reminder that God's presence is never far, never absent. The distant creek murmurs steadily, its voice low and soothing. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the water's soft murmur blend with the gentle rustle of the leaves, the faint song of a bird settling for the night, and the whispered sigh of the breeze. The world, in its ordinary rhythm, becomes a sanctuary, each sound a note in the quiet symphony of divine care. In this immersion, your thoughts soften, your heartbeat slows, and a gentle stillness settles over you, a calm deeper than any spoken prayer. A fire in the hearth of the house crackles faintly, its warmth reaching the porch in small, subtle waves. You step back, letting your fingers brush the rough wood of the porch railing as you listen to the mixture of fire and wind, water and leaves, light and shadow. Each element seems in conversation with the other, a delicate harmony orchestrated by the Creator, each note gentle yet purposeful. You allow yourself to notice the textures, the roughness of the wood, the coolness of the breeze, the subtle warmth radiating from the earth, the soft illumination of the lantern, and let these simple sensations draw your attention fully into the present moment. You sit again in your chair, cup of warm tea in hand, letting the steam rise slowly into the evening air. Each sip is deliberate, grounding you, a small ritual of care, an acknowledgement of the sustenance provided in more ways than one. Outside, shadows deepen and the stars shimmer faintly, each pinprick of light a reminder of constancy, of enduring presence. You let your gaze wander across the yard, noticing the subtle movements, the rustle of grass, the gentle sway of branches, the quiet path of an insect across a leaf, and you sense God's watchful attention in every detail. A gentle owl hoots softly from a distant tree, its voice steady and calm. You listen, letting the sound mingle with the whisper of the wind and the quiet murmur of the creek. There is no rush, no urgency, only the slow, deliberate unfolding of evening. Your thoughts turn naturally toward gratitude, toward reflection on the moments of gentleness and care that have marked the day. In each reflection, there is a soft affirmation of God's nearness, a comforting acknowledgement that even in quiet solitude you are never alone. Your notebook lies nearby, open and inviting. You pick up the pen, letting it rest in your hand as your thoughts drift gently. You write a simple line or two, a note of thanks, a quiet observation, a gentle prayer, letting the pen move with ease and serenity. Each stroke becomes an act of mindful devotion, a soft conversation with the divine. Outside, the wind stirs the leaves once more, a reminder of the impermanence of moments, yet also of the continuity of care and presence that surrounds all living things. The sky darkens slowly now, soft indigo blending with the fading blush of twilight. You lean back, letting the chair support your full weight, and breathe deeply. The cool evening air brushes against your skin, carrying the subtle fragrance of evening flowers and the faint, distant scent of damp earth. The quietude is profound, the small, deliberate movements of nature and light all around a testament to the careful, constant hand of God. You feel your heart beat slow, your mind soften, and a gentle calm settle within. Soft wind and distant owl hoot. Even as darkness deepens, the world remains alive with gentle, sustaining rhythms. You notice the textures, the subtle movements, the play of light and shadow. Each small observation reinforces the sense of being cared for, attended to, and known. You close your eyes briefly, letting your awareness expand into the quiet night, embracing the trust that God's presence endures, steady and unwavering. As the night settles softly, God's presence wraps around each quiet corner of the world. The final traces of twilight fade into a gentle indigo, spilling softly across the horizon like a delicate cloth draped over the hills. Shadows stretch long and thin, brushing against the garden path, curling around the trunks of the old oak and maple trees. Their leaves whisper with every soft stir of the wind, a murmur that seems almost like a quiet blessing, a gentle reminder that you are never truly alone. Each small movement, the sway of a branch, the soft rustle of fallen leaves carries a subtle message. The world is watched over, tenderly, patiently, lovingly. You sit quietly on the edge of the porch, feet brushing against the cool wooden planks, and take in the rhythm of the evening. There is a small lamp near the doorway, its soft glow spilling into the yard, illuminating the edges of the garden and turning the tiny dew droplets into faint prisms that shimmer like whispered promises. You watch them, focusing on each little sparkle, and feel a quiet joy rising within, a warmth that begins to settle deep in your chest. The wind carries the faint scent of the nearby creek, where water courses over smooth stones, murmuring its eternal song. The sound is gentle yet insistent, like a soft voice reminding you that life continues in quiet harmony, and that even in moments of stillness, the current of God's care flows steadily, unseen but ever present. You close your eyes for a moment and let the sound wash over you, carrying away the tension of the day, leaving only calm and a quiet sense of wonder. A distant cricket chirps, punctuating the symphony of the night with a steady, familiar rhythm. Each chirp seems to echo a soft heartbeat, steady and reassuring. You notice the small things, the way the grass bends slightly under the weight of dew, the subtle flutter of a moth across the lantern's light, the gentle sway of flowers in the breeze, and recognize them as quiet signs of divine attention. Even in the smallest details there is care and intention, a persistent assurance that all is under God's gentle hand. From the window of the house, a warm light glows steadily, inviting and calm. You step toward it, brushing your hand along the smooth railing, feeling the coolness of the wood beneath your fingers. The warmth within contrasts with the evening chill, a subtle reminder that comfort and shelter, both physical and spiritual, are always within reach. You breathe deeply, inhaling the mingled scents of earth, wood, and lingering summer blooms, and exhale slowly, feeling the tension in your shoulders dissolve. Your gaze drifts upward, catching the first stars beginning to glimmer in the deepening sky. They are faint at first, shy, then gradually bolder, as if nudged into brightness by the soft encouragement of the universe. Each star seems to hold a quiet story, a reminder of the constancy of God's creation, the enduring light that shines even in the deepest night. You let your eyes linger on the constellation patterns, tracing shapes with your mind and feeling a gentle awe that humbles yet uplifts, a quiet affirmation that the divine touches every corner of existence. A soft, cooling breeze stirs the leaves, carrying with it the faint fragrance of jasmine from the garden corner. You lean slightly forward, inhaling deeply, feeling a calm settle into your chest. It is a moment of presence, of awareness, of surrender. Every inhale draws in peace. Every exhale releases worry. You realize that the simple act of noticing, of witnessing the ordinary wonders around you, the gentle sway of a flower, the slow ripple of the creek, the distant call of a night bird, is itself a form of prayer, a humble acknowledgement of God's meticulous care. Your hands reach for the small notebook resting beside you. Opening it, you let the pen move slowly across the page, recording observations, fleeting thoughts, gentle prayers, and whispered gratitude. The words are simple, deliberate, and soft, much like the sounds of the night around you. With each stroke, you feel your mind lighten, as though the act of writing creates a space for God's presence to settle more fully into your heart. The night seems to deepen around you, embracing you with its quiet constancy. From the edge of the porch, you can see the faint shimmer of dew on the grass, illuminated by the soft light from the house. Each droplet reflects a tiny piece of the sky, as if holding a fragment of heaven within it. You kneel briefly, letting your hand brush over the grass, feeling the moisture and coolness, a grounding touch that connects you physically to the earth while spiritually reminding you of the ever-present grace that nourishes life in ways both seen and unseen. The soft croak of a distant frog joins the murmuring creek and rustling leaves, a subtle chorus that lulls the mind. Your breathing matches the rhythm of these quiet nocturnal sounds, each exhale releasing worry, each inhale welcoming calm. In this gentle harmony, you sense the divine touch in every note, a quiet orchestration of peace and continuity that wraps the world in stillness and comfort. A fire crackles in the hearth inside the house, its warmth seeping subtly onto the porch. You step closer, feeling the soft heat brush against your skin. The flickering flames cast long, gentle shadows across the walls and floor, patterns that seem to dance slowly, deliberately, reminding you that even in motion there is calm, and that light and shadow, warmth and coolness, all coexist in a balance that mirrors the grace of God. You settle into your chair again, letting your gaze drift over the soft interplay of light and shadow, over the slowly darkening sky, over the gentle movements of nature around you. You notice the small details, a leaf trembling in the breeze, a distant bird calling softly, a dragonfly glinting faintly in the fading light. Each detail becomes a meditation, a subtle prayer of awareness and gratitude, a quiet acknowledgement of God's care in every corner of life. A gentle whisper of wind passes over your skin, carrying with it a mixture of scents, earth, flowers, water, and with it comes a subtle sensation of grace, a reminder that even when you cannot see the hand of God, it moves quietly, persistently, faithfully. You close your eyes, letting the night wrap around you like a soft blanket, feeling an intimate connection to the Creator in the ordinary textures, colours and sounds of the evening. From the house you hear the faint clink of a teacup, and you lift your own in a quiet toast to the night, to peace, and to the unfailing presence of God. The warmth of the cup, the subtle aroma of the tea, and the soft sounds of the evening combine into a gentle ritual, a reminder that even in solitude, divine companionship is always near. The night stretches endlessly yet comforting, a continuous embrace that invites reflection, stillness, and rest. As you lean back in your chair, your feet resting lightly on the grass, the last traces of light fade from the horizon. Stars glimmer faintly, a distant chorus of quiet reassurance. The wind softens, the creek murmurs steadily, and a gentle owl calls in the distance. Each sound, each movement, each shimmer of light is a gentle affirmation. You are seen, you are known, you are held. Soft wind and distant creek. Your breathing deepens, slow and steady. The world, in its quiet nocturnal symphony, feels safe and deliberate. Every subtle sound, every delicate light, every small movement of air and leaf reminds you that God's care is constant and tender. You close your eyes, allowing the presence of this divine embrace to settle fully into your heart, feeling calm, peaceful, and protected. As the stars shimmer faintly above, God's gentle guidance flows through every quiet corner of your evening. The night deepens, a velvety indigo stretching endlessly above, punctuated by the silver glimmers of distant stars. Their light is soft and subtle, not demanding. Attention, but persistent in its quiet presence. Each flicker seems to carry a whisper, an echo of divine care, reminding you that even in the darkness, guidance and warmth are always near. You walk slowly down the garden path, feeling the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath your feet, each step a quiet rhythm that mirrors the still pulse of your own heart. Nearby, the stream winds its gentle course over smooth stones, the water murmuring softly as it flows. The sound is a lullaby of sorts, a subtle, persistent reminder of life's continuity and God's unwavering watchfulness. You pause, resting your hand on the wooden railing of the small bridge, feeling the cool night air brush over your fingers. A subtle scent of damp earth and wildflowers drifts upward, mingling with the soft murmurs of the stream, creating an atmosphere of calm reassurance. A few fireflies drift lazily above the grass, their tiny lights flickering like distant prayers rising into the night. They hover for a moment, then drift away, and in their delicate movement you sense a lesson in gentle persistence. Light, no matter how small, carries meaning, and even the quietest presence can illuminate a path. You breathe deeply, inhaling the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the earthy coolness of dew-laden grass, letting the world's subtle fragrances ground you in the present moment. From a nearby window, the warm glow of the lantern spills outward, painting soft patterns across the porch and garden. You step closer, feeling the gentle heat brush your skin. The light reveals tiny details, the curve of a branch, the slight tilt of a flower stem, the shimmer of dew on a leaf. Each small observation becomes a meditation, a quiet recognition of God's attention to detail and the deliberate care infused into creation. In this stillness, every leaf, every ripple in the stream, every soft light carries a message of nurturing grace. The soft rustle of an owl passing through the treetops blends with the steady rhythmic chirping of crickets. Each sound is measured and intentional, a subtle symphony that invites reflection and contemplation. You take a seat on the low wooden bench near the stream, letting your hands rest lightly in your lap. You close your eyes, feeling the breeze brush over your face, and allow the sounds of the night to enter fully, filling the space within with quiet comfort. A fallen leaf drifts down and lands gently on the surface of the stream, carried slowly along by the current. Watching it, you're reminded of the effortless way God carries us, even in moments when we feel small, fragile, or uncertain. You think of past struggles and moments of doubt, and see them reflected in the gentle flow of water. Challenges are met not with harsh force, but with steady, persistent movement toward healing and restoration. Each ripple spreads outward, touching unseen shores, just as grace extends quietly yet profoundly into every corner of life. In the distance, a soft light glows from the farmhouse, illuminating the curtains and casting warm shadows on the walls. The interior sounds a faint clink of dishes, the murmur of voices, offer a sense of comfort and stability, a reminder that within even ordinary routines God's presence resides. You let your gaze drift from the warm light inside to the cool darkness outside, noticing the interplay between illumination and shadow, warmth and coolness, stillness and gentle movement. It is in this balance that the serenity of the night takes root, offering a quiet space for reflection and prayer. Reaching into your pocket, you pull out a small journal and pen, allowing your thoughts to flow onto the page in soft, deliberate strokes. The words are simple and unhurried, almost like a quiet conversation with God. You record fleeting observations, the shimmer of the stream, the movement of the fireflies, the subtle fragrance of flowers, and add gentle prayers of gratitude for these small, unnoticed blessings. With each written word, you feel your mind lighten, as though the act of noticing and recording anchors you more firmly in a state of peace and awareness of divine care. The wind shifts slightly, rustling the leaves overhead, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. You lift your face toward the sky, watching the stars twinkle gently. Their light seems to reach through the canopy of night, a soft reassurance that God's guidance extends across all distances and darknesses. You imagine that same light touching every heart in the world, a quiet but unwavering presence that guides, comforts, and restores. A subtle ripple passes through the stream, catching the reflection of moonlight and bending it into delicate patterns. The scene is mesmerizing, a reminder that even the simplest movements in nature are imbued with divine artistry. You sit in stillness, letting your thoughts drift alongside the water, acknowledging past fears and doubts, but allowing them to dissolve in the rhythm of the flowing current. Each gentle sound, the water, the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, is a soft affirmation of presence, care, and enduring love. A tiny moth flutters near the lantern, its delicate wings catching the warm light and casting fleeting shadows across the bench. You watch it with a soft smile, noting the quiet persistence of such a fragile creature navigating the night. There is a lesson here. Even the smallest, seemingly insignificant beings are held and guided by God's hand, their journey purposeful and deliberate, much like our own in the vast expanse of life. Sitting in the gentle glow of lantern light and the soft embrace of night, you feel a sense of profound quiet settle over you. The world, with all its movements, sounds, and small wonders, becomes a gentle reminder of God's attentive care. Each detail, a leaf tremor, a drifting firefly, a ripple in the stream, a flicker of lantern light, acts as a subtle testament to grace, a soft whisper affirming that you are neither unseen nor unattended. You reach for the cup of warm tea resting on the bench beside you, feeling its comforting weight in your hands. The steam rises in delicate tendrils, curling slowly in the cool night air. Inhaling its faint aroma, you allow a slow exhale to carry away lingering tension and worry, sensing the steady presence of God encircling your spirit, nurturing and quieting every restless thought. The night continues its gentle symphony. The streams murmur, the leaves whisper, the distant rustle of a nocturnal animal, the faint hum of wind through the trees. Each sound intertwines with your steady breathing, forming a lullaby that gently eases the mind and soul. In this embrace of stillness and subtle movement, you feel the quiet strength of faith, the comforting constancy of divine attention, and the profound peace that comes from trusting in God's unfailing presence. Soft murmur of stream and wind through leaves. You close your journal and place it gently beside you, taking a final moment to observe the delicate balance of night and light. Your body relaxes and your thoughts settle like sediment in still water. The gentle rhythm of night, the soft embrace of ambient sounds, and the faint glow of distant lights combine into a quiet sanctuary for your mind and heart. As twilight softens the horizon, God's quiet presence surrounds you like a warm embrace. The fading glow of dusk lingers gently over the horizon, casting a soft lavender hue across the fields and hills. The light does not demand attention. It lingers delicately, touching every blade of grass, every curling leaf with a subtle reverence. You wander along the edge of the meadow, feeling the gentle brush of tall grass against your fingertips, the slender stems whispering their quiet greetings in the breeze. Each movement of the plant seems intentional, like a tender gesture from God, inviting you to slow down and notice the small wonders woven into the world. A solitary bird calls from the distant trees, a low melodic note that rises and falls with a measured patience. Its song is neither urgent nor loud, yet it reaches deep into the stillness, filling the air with a sense of calm continuity. You pause, closing your eyes briefly, letting the sound resonate through your chest. A soft reminder that in every corner of creation, life continues in a rhythm that reflects divine care and order. The scent of damp earth and the faint aroma of evening blossoms mingle, grounding you in the sensory richness of the present moment. Nearby, a thin ribbon of mist hovers above the meadow, catching the last rays of fading sunlight and turning them into delicate streaks of gold and silver. You notice how the mist moves with the wind, curling and folding in slow, graceful patterns, as if performing a gentle dance orchestrated by unseen hands. Watching it, you are reminded of God's presence in the subtle details of life, in the quiet motions and soft transitions that often go unnoticed. Each swirling tendril of mist becomes a meditation, a reflection of the quiet yet persistent care that underlies every moment of your existence. The first stars begin to emerge, soft points of light scattered across the deepening sky. Their glow is faint but unwavering, a gentle reassurance that even in darkness, illumination remains. You lift your gaze, following the slow rotation of constellations, tracing the familiar shapes with your eyes, feeling a sense of continuity and permanence. In the vastness of the night sky, your thoughts seem lighter, your concerns smaller, as if the immensity of creation itself reminds you that you are held, observed, and guided by a loving presence. A soft breeze stirs the branches overhead, rustling leaves in a delicate symphony that harmonizes with the distant chirping of crickets. You find a quiet spot beneath an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs spreading wide, offering gentle shelter. You rest your back against its sturdy trunk, feeling the cool bark against your skin, and take a slow, deliberate breath. Inhaling the earthy scent of the night, you exhale tension and worry, letting each breath become a prayer, a silent conversation with God. The night air is rich with the subtle sounds of life, the gentle flapping of wings, the soft scurry of small creatures, the distant murmur of water over stones. Reaching into your pocket, you retrieve a small pendant, warm from being held in your hand. and run your fingers along its smooth surface. The touch is grounding, a tangible reminder of faith and presence. You let your mind drift to memories of quiet evenings past, of times when simple gestures, a whispered prayer, a soft glance, a helping hand brought light into the shadows. Each recollection is a testament to God's subtle work in the world, the gentle interventions that shape life in ways both seen and unseen. As the evening deepens, you notice the subtle glow of lanterns on the distant porch, their light spilling softly across the garden path. The lantern's warm illumination highlights delicate flowers and the gentle sway of tall grasses, painting shadows that shift and move like living brush strokes. You walk slowly toward them, listening to the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet, each step an unhurried rhythm that resonates with the quiet pulse of night. The air is cool against your cheeks, carrying the faint scent of herbs and night-blooming roses. You pause by a small fountain, the water spilling over smooth stones in gentle arcs, creating tiny droplets that catch the lantern light and sparkle like scattered jewels. Kneeling beside it, you dip your fingers into the cool water, feeling its movement against your skin. The sensation is grounding and refreshing, a tactile reminder that life is sustained by both physical and spiritual sources. You allow yourself a few moments of stillness, listening to the water's soft rhythm, letting it merge with the distant murmurs of night to create a lullaby that soothes your spirit. A gentle moth flutters toward the lantern light, tracing delicate arcs in the air before settling softly on a leaf. Watching its quiet persistence, you reflect on the resilience of faith, the gentle yet unwavering presence of God in guiding each small life through the darkness. You smile softly, acknowledging the quiet miracles that surround you. A flower that blooms unseen, a stream that sings without being heard, a star that glimmers in solitude. All these moments, small yet significant, carry the imprint of divine attention and care. The sound of a distant owl echoes through the trees, a slow, measured hoot that blends seamlessly with the whispering wind. You feel the steady rhythm of night wrapping around you, a gentle cocoon of stillness. Each sound, each flicker of light, each subtle movement of the earth beneath your feet becomes a part of your meditation, drawing you deeper into a state of calm awareness. In this quiet, you sense God's constant presence, a nurturing companion that moves softly alongside you, never hurried, never absent. Settling onto a bench near the fountain, you allow your eyes to close briefly, focusing on the symphony of gentle sounds and soft lights. The night air carries the faint scent of pine, damp earth, and blooming flowers, mingling with the warmth of lanterns and the faint perfume of herbs. You breathe in slowly, letting each inhalation remind you of God's sustaining care, each exhale releasing lingering tension and worry. Your hands rest lightly in your lap, your body fully present in the gentle embrace of the evening. A thin veil of mist begins to form along the edges of the garden, curling softly around the lanterns, the fountain, and the nearby trees. The mist glows faintly in the lantern light, creating a subtle interplay of shadow and illumination that feels sacred in its quiet beauty. You watch it drift and fold, imagining the tender way God's presence flows through life. Subtle, persistent, and full of grace. Each curling wisp becomes a reflection of divine care, a visual hymn that celebrates the quiet power of attention and love. The stars have multiplied across the sky, their faint twinkle mingling with the soft lantern glow, creating a delicate tapestry of light. You trace the constellations with your mind, feeling a sense of continuity that stretches beyond time and space. In this moment, the past, present, and future seem to merge, and you recognize that God's guidance has always been present, steady, and unwavering. Each star, each shadow, each whisper of wind is a reminder that you are held in a gentle, watchful embrace. Your gaze falls once more to the stream that winds through the garden, its water catching lantern light in delicate reflections. Tiny ripples distort the mirrored surface, creating ever-shifting patterns that dance softly across the stones and grass. You kneel again, letting your fingers touch the flowing water, feeling the coolness seep into your skin and spread calm through your entire being. In this simple gesture, you sense the rhythm of God's sustaining presence, flowing gently, persistently, quietly. Evening breeze rustling leaves, water trickling. You rise slowly, stepping back and letting the night enfold you. The lantern light illuminates your path just enough to guide you, while the soft darkness and gentle shadows embrace the rest. With each step, you feel a subtle reassurance, a quiet confidence that God's presence follows, unseen yet undeniably real. The harmony of light, sound, and movement blends into a symphony that calms the mind, eases the heart, and invites restful contemplation. In the quiet of midnight, God's presence speaks softly to the heart, guiding each thought to stillness. The night has deepened, draping the world in a velvet cloak of stillness. Stars twinkle faintly, their gentle light reflecting across the dewy grass, glimmering like scattered pearls in the shadows. A gentle wind rustles through the branches of tall oaks and maples, producing a quiet, melodic murmur that seems to speak directly to the soul. You walk slowly along the garden path, the cool earth beneath your feet grounding you, each step a reminder of God's steady presence beneath all movement. The rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant hoot of an owl form a symphony of subtle sounds that cradle you in tranquility. You pause by a small pond, its surface smooth like polished glass. The moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, and a single leaf drifts lazily on its mirrored surface. Watching the leaf, carried with perfect patience by the water's gentle current, you feel the unhurried rhythm of God's timing in your own life. Nothing is rushed here. Every small movement is purposeful and filled with care. You kneel, dipping your fingertips into the cool water, letting the sensation flow through your hand and remind you that you are nourished, watched over, and safe. A faint chorus of crickets begins to fill the air, their soft cadence blending seamlessly with the rustle of the trees and the gentle trickle of water from a nearby fountain. The sound is steady, calming, and unobtrusive, like a lullaby that has been playing since time began. You close your eyes, letting each note settle into your chest, feeling the vibrations ease the tension in your shoulders, in your jaw, the small spaces where worry tends to linger. Every sound becomes a prayer, a quiet conversation with God, affirming presence and peace. Along the garden's edge, tiny lanterns glow softly, casting gentle circles of light across the gravel path. The flames dance just enough to give warmth to the shadows without disturbing the night's serene calm. Each flicker reminds you that light persists even in the darkness. The subtle whisper that God's love never falters, no matter how deep the shadow may grow. You pause beside a lantern, resting your palm against its warm metal base, feeling the heat seep into your skin like a quiet reassurance. Above, the stars have grown brighter, and the moon has risen higher, spilling its pale light across the landscape. You look up, tracing constellations familiar and comforting, recalling stories and passages that speak of guidance, protection, and the quiet constancy of faith. Your thoughts drift to memories of gentle acts of kindness, someone offering a hand without expectation, a friend quietly praying for another, a stranger showing grace in a small, unnoticed way. Each recollection becomes a meditation on God's enduring presence, the way divine care moves quietly through acts that may seem insignificant, but are profoundly meaningful. A soft breeze carries the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine and lilac, weaving through the garden and brushing against your cheeks. You inhale slowly, letting the scent fill your senses and settle your mind. You walk toward a bench, tucked beneath a flowering arbor, the petals glistening faintly in the moonlight. Sitting, you run your fingers along the wooden armrest, feeling the texture of the grain, the cool smoothness in contrast to the warmth of your palm. Every small detail feels intentional, a part of a world shaped by gentle hands that care for both the grand and the subtle. Nearby, a small cat moves silently across the grass, pausing occasionally to listen, to sniff, to observe the quiet night. Its deliberate movements remind you that life can unfold slowly and purposefully, even in the shadows. You watch it, appreciating the care with which it navigates its surroundings, and reflect on the patience required to nurture faith, to wait without rushing, to trust in God's timing and provision. Each step of the cat becomes a lesson, each pause a meditation, each glance a reminder that you are part of this quiet harmony. The pond reflects the moon and stars, ripples gently forming as a soft breeze brushes its surface. You kneel once more, letting the water flow between your fingers, feeling it cool and steady, a tactile connection to the rhythms of creation. A dragonfly hovers briefly, its wings catching the faint light, then drifts away, moving effortlessly as if guided by an unseen hand. You smile softly, realizing that each movement of nature, every fluttering leaf, every trickling stream, every distant note of a night bird, is an invitation to rest in faith, to observe the quiet miracles that surround you, and to let your spirit be soothed. The air grows cooler, and you pull a soft shawl around your shoulders, feeling its warmth mingle with the gentle night. You notice the subtle sounds of nocturnal insects, the distant rustle of branches, the occasional soft splash of water from a hidden stream. They form a chorus that is steady, gentle, and unwavering, reminding you that you are cradled in an eternal rhythm, one orchestrated by God Himself. Each sound, each movement, each breath is a part of a grand, tender design that invites you to surrender anxiety and rest in trust. Leaning back on the bench, you close your eyes and let your thoughts drift like clouds over the moonlit garden. Memories of laughter, whispers of prayers, and quiet acknowledgements of love flow gently through your mind. You recall moments of grace, times when a small gesture, a kind word, or a silent prayer brought comfort and clarity. Each memory reinforces the presence of a God who moves tenderly through life, offering solace, healing, and a steadfast reminder that you are never truly alone. A soft hoot from a distant owl echoes through the trees, blending with the gentle hum of the night. You notice how perfectly the sounds overlap, how each one complements the other, creating a harmonious sanctuary of sound. This harmony mirrors the balance of faith in your life, the interplay between trust, patience, and quiet surrender. You breathe in the night air, feeling the stillness settle into your bones, letting every exhale release lingering worries and every inhale draw in the assurance of divine care. Fireflies begin to appear, their faint, flickering lights adding a gentle sparkle to the darkness. Each tiny glow is subtle yet vivid, a reminder that even in darkness, beauty and illumination exist. You watch them float among the flowers and grasses, their movements slow and intentional, a living meditation on God's gentle guidance. You reach out a hand, letting one pause momentarily near your fingertips before drifting away, leaving behind a faint impression of warmth and wonder. The night is deep and quiet now, a vast, soft expanse that seems to hold every whispered prayer, every hopeful thought, every small act of kindness you have witnessed or offered. You feel a profound stillness settle over you, a calm awareness of being enveloped by God's presence. The lanterns continue to glow softly, the stars glimmer in steady assurance, and the night creatures maintain their gentle rhythm, all coexisting in quiet harmony. You rise slowly from the bench, feeling lighter, more grounded, more attuned to the gentle cadence of life around you. Each step toward the house is deliberate, mindful, and serene. The garden, the pond, the trees, and the stars continue their quiet work, a living testament to God's enduring care. You breathe in one last time, letting the night air fill your lungs, carrying with it a sense of peace, protection, and gentle wonder that lingers in your heart. In the stillness of evening, your whispered prayers rise like soft flames, filling the night with quiet faith. The evening sky deepens into a tapestry of twilight blues, fading gently toward the horizon where the last glow of the sun lingers, pale and tender. The air is calm, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, a subtle reminder that life continues quietly beneath the watchful presence of God. You step onto the porch, feeling the warmth of the wooden boards beneath your feet, cool yet familiar, each creak. Underfoot, a gentle accompaniment to the soft sigh of the wind. The garden beyond is hushed, its blooms closed for the night, petals brushing lightly against each other, as if sharing secrets only the moon can hear. You sit on the rocking chair, its gentle sway lulling your body into slow rhythm with the evening. Hands resting in your lap, you begin to whisper prayers, small phrases of gratitude and hope that rise softly into the night. Each word feels like a tiny flame, bright yet gentle, illuminating the quiet corners of your heart. The light from a single lantern nearby flickers, casting dancing shadows across the porch rail, blending with the subtle silver of the moonlight. You notice how even the smallest lights can pierce darkness, a reminder that God's care often arrives in subtle, patient ways. A soft breeze moves through the leaves of the nearby maple, producing a gentle rustle, almost as if the trees themselves are responding to your prayers. You inhale slowly, letting the scent of damp earth, pine needles, and faint jasmine fill your senses. Every breath becomes a meditation, a quiet acknowledgement of the world's stillness, and the presence of a God who listens intently to the smallest stirrings of the heart. Tiny fireflies begin to appear, their pale, intermittent glow like flickering stars brought down to earth, hovering among the garden's blossoms and guiding your eyes gently along their paths. In the distance, you hear the soft trickle of water from a hidden stream, blending seamlessly with the gentle chirping of crickets. The sounds are steady, unobtrusive, and perfectly aligned with the slow pulse of your own heartbeat. You close your eyes, feeling the rhythm of the evening synchronize with your breathing, each inhale carrying in peace, each exhale releasing worry. Your mind drifts to memories of quiet moments, times when you felt a presence larger than yourself, when a simple act of grace or kindness reminded you that God's love flows freely and without fanfare. The porch lantern flickers again, shadows dancing across the wooden slats like quiet dancers, moving to a gentle hymn. You watch as a moth flutters past, drawn to the light but moving with delicate care, reminding you that even the smallest creatures move within the intention of creation. The sensation is calming, grounding, and you feel a soft certainty that every being, every movement, every breath is a thread in the vast, comforting tapestry of God's design. You take a small journal from the table beside you, opening it to a blank page. The pen feels smooth between your fingers as you write a few quiet lines of gratitude, noting each blessing with careful attention. The act itself becomes a ritual, each stroke a prayer in motion, connecting your thoughts to tangible expression. A distant owl calls, a soft hoot that punctuates the silence without disturbing it, a gentle affirmation that life continues in its quiet rhythm, and that your words, prayers, and presence are part of this eternal cadence. The moon rises slowly, spilling soft silver across the garden path, illuminating each petal, leaf, and blade of grass. You stand, stepping down onto the soft grass, feeling the dew cool against your bare feet. Each step connects you to the earth, reminding you of the grounded, enduring nature of faith. You pause beneath a flowering arbor, running your hands lightly along the rough texture of its wooden beams, noticing the way the night air causes petals to quiver ever so slightly. Every small detail becomes a testament to care and patience, as if the world itself is inviting you to notice the subtle evidence of divine presence in the ordinary. A gentle breeze carries the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, brushing softly against your face. You close your eyes and lift your hands slightly, feeling the air as a gentle embrace. Your whispered prayers continue, not for grand miracles or recognition, but for the quiet well-being of those you love, for patience, for the ability to trust, for the endurance to carry faith through ordinary days. Each word seems to settle into the evening air, where it mingles with the faint rustle of leaves, the gentle hum of night insects, and the soft trickle of water, forming a quiet symphony of reverence and hope. Nearby, a small bird lands briefly on the porch railing, fluffing its feathers against the night chill, before taking off silently into the darkness. The simple, fleeting presence is a reminder that God's care is present, even in transient, quiet moments. You lean back on the rocking chair, feeling the gentle sway lull your body and mind into serenity. The garden, the moonlight, the lantern glow, and the soft sounds of night converge into a cocoon of safety and stillness. You breathe deeply, feeling the assurance that you are held, guided, and watched over, and that in these soft, reflective moments God's love is as palpable as the cool night air against your skin. A slow, deliberate shower of stars falls across the sky as you gaze upward, their light twinkling gently through the thin veil of clouds. The vastness is comforting, a reminder of your place in creation and the enduring constancy of divine care. You notice the subtle sounds of movement around you, the whisper of leaves, the distant hum of insects, the soft murmur of water, each detail perfectly orchestrated to cradle you in peace. Every small gesture of nature, every flicker of light, every sound is a quiet testament to the presence of God, flowing through the world in ways both evident and hidden. You stand, brushing dew from your shoes, and take a slow walk toward the edge of the garden. The lanterns glow faintly behind you, their warm light guiding your steps. The night air carries a hint of coolness, balancing the warmth of the lantern, the glow of the moon, and the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. Each step is deliberate, mindful, and serene, allowing you to feel fully present in this quiet evening, aware that each movement, each breath, and each heartbeat is embraced by the infinite care of God. The porch awaits, soft and familiar. You step back onto its boards, the gentle sway of the rocking chair inviting you to sit once more. Your whispered prayers continue, mingling with the night symphony, and you feel the full breadth of calm settle over you. Here, in the gentle glow of lanterns and moonlight, surrounded by the subtle music of nature, your soul finds rest. Trust, hope, and quiet faith intertwine, guiding you into a profound sense of serenity that carries through the night. In the quiet moments just before sleep, the heart whispers prayers that drift like gentle mist over still waters. The evening has settled fully, and a soft velvet sky stretches overhead, deep indigo blending into navy, where a crescent moon hangs delicately above the horizon. The air carries the faint, cool scent of dew on grass and the subtle fragrance of night-blooming flowers. You step outside onto the wooden porch, its familiar boards warm from the lingering heat of the day, and feel the comforting texture beneath your hands as you lean against the railing. The world is hushed, and each exhale seems to blend seamlessly with the soft sigh of the night breeze. A lantern glows nearby, its flickering light dancing softly across the porch and garden path. Shadows stretch and contract with its rhythm, creating gentle movements that are almost hypnotic, inviting the mind to relax. Somewhere in the distance an owl calls softly, its hoot neither startling nor loud, but a reminder of life moving quietly in its own steady cadence. Your fingers trace the edge of the railing, noticing the warmth and texture, a subtle reassurance of the physical world grounding you as your thoughts rise gently to God. You take a seat in the rocking chair, letting it sway slowly, a comforting rhythm that echoes your breathing. Your hands rest in your lap, open and relaxed, and you begin to offer quiet prayers of thanks, not for grand accomplishments or sweeping miracles, but for small mercies. The soft wind, the lantern's glow, the simple presence of life around you. Each whispered word carries with it a weight of gratitude, and you feel them mingle with the night, moving invisibly toward heaven. The sound of leaves brushing together in the gentle wind seems to answer softly, a quiet harmony accompanying your prayers. In the garden, the flowers have closed their petals for the night, yet their forms are illuminated by the lantern and moonlight, delicate silhouettes that bend slightly under the cool air. You notice a single butterfly resting on a branch, its wings closed, motionless yet full of potential, reminding you that stillness can contain beauty and purpose. Nearby, a small bird hops cautiously along the garden path, pecking at the earth, reminding you that life continues steadily, quietly, in harmony with the Creator's design. You breathe in the night air deeply, feeling it move through your lungs, filling you with calm. Each inhalation carries with it the scent of pine, earth, and distant blooms. Each exhalation releases tension, worry, and fatigue. The night is alive with soft sounds, the distant trickle of water over stones, the gentle rustling of leaves, the occasional flutter of wings. Each sound becomes a note in a quiet symphony, a subtle reminder that you are part of a larger harmony, embraced and attended to by God. As your gaze moves upward, the stars begin to emerge more clearly, shy at first, then twinkling with quiet confidence across the vast expanse of sky. Their faint glimmers are reassuring, a gentle reminder of eternity and constancy. You recall the Psalms verses long memorized that speak of God's faithfulness and the strength found in quiet trust. Your lips move silently, forming lines of scripture and heartfelt reflection, words that seem to glow softly within your chest. There is no rush, no urgency, only the peaceful unfolding of night, the soft assurance that God is near, and that the gentle sway of your chair, the flicker of lantern light, and the quiet chorus of nature are all part of a perfect, mindful design. A slight breeze brushes past, carrying the scent of night jasmine and wet earth. Your thoughts drift to memories tender and personal, times of kindness extended, moments of forgiveness offered, and gentle encouragement received. You see each one as a thread woven into the fabric of your life, each act of love and faithfulness a reflection of God's enduring presence. Tiny lights from fireflies appear among the flowers, flickering intermittently, casting soft glows that dance like little blessings throughout the garden. Their delicate motion is mesmerizing, drawing your attention into a deep sense of calm. You rise slowly from the rocking chair and take a few careful steps along the garden path. The soft soil cushions your feet, and dew clings gently to the blades of grass. With each step, you feel more connected, more present, and more aware of the invisible threads that bind you to the world and to God's care. The lantern's glow provides gentle guidance, while the moonlight stretches across the path, lending a serene silver sheen to every leaf and petal. Small details, like the way the wind moves the branches or the way shadows bend across the path, become reminders of the gentle orchestration of the night. Pausing beneath a small flowering arbour, you lift your hands slightly, allowing the cool night air to brush against your palms. You notice the subtle movements of the petals overhead, the quiet hum of night insects, and the faint trickle of a nearby stream. Each small observation becomes a meditation, a way of connecting more deeply with the divine presence that pervades all things. Your whispered prayers continue, flowing effortlessly, not demanding but simply offering gratitude, hope, and a tender trust that God hears even the softest utterances. Returning to the porch, you settle back into the rocking chair, feeling the familiar sway settle your body and mind into a deep rhythm. The lantern flickers once more, casting shadows that stretch across the floorboards and up the railing. You allow yourself to be fully present in this gentle embrace of night, the calm of the garden, the silver glow of the moon, and the soft chorus of the nocturnal world. Each breath, each heartbeat, each whispered prayer blends into a seamless moment of quiet reflection and trust. The stars continue to sparkle above, steady and unchanging, while the garden remains alive with subtle motion. The faint rustle of leaves, the glimmer of fireflies, the soft coo of a distant nightbird. These small, gentle details provide comfort and assurance, a tactile reminder that you are never alone, that the Creator walks beside you, attentive to every prayer, every sigh, and every silent hope. You feel the calm seep deeper, spreading through your shoulders, your chest, your hands, and down through your feet until your entire being is suffused with quiet peace. As the night grows deeper, you whisper a final word of thanks, feeling the gentle weight of the day lift and the tender embrace of God's presence settle fully around you. You close your eyes, the rocking chair sway, lulling you further into serenity. The garden, the night sky, the soft lantern glow, and the quiet symphony of nature create a cocoon of calm. Here, in this stillness you rest, reassured and held, your soul buoyed gently by faith and the knowledge that God is near, always. As the night deepens, the heart finds gentle refuge in whispered prayers, carried softly into the starlit sky. The world around you has slipped fully into quietude, The last traces of sunset have faded, leaving the sky a rich tapestry of indigo and soft violet dotted with pinpricks of silver light. A crescent moon hovers low, delicate and serene, casting a gentle glow across the land. The air is cool against your skin, carrying the faint scent of earth and evening blossoms. Every inhalation seems to draw peace into your lungs, and each exhalation releases the tension of the day. The familiar creak of the wooden porch underfoot reminds you of the home's steadfast presence, the simple grounding of a place that shelters both body and soul. You move slowly, intentionally, to your favourite spot by the open window, where the soft hum of the night greets you. The curtains sway lightly, brushing against your hands as if responding to the gentle movement of the wind. The garden below is bathed in soft moonlight, leaves glimmering like tiny fragments of silver, and flowers bow subtly under the weight of the night air. Somewhere in the distance, a small brook gurgles, its water moving calmly over smooth stones, adding its quiet voice to the symphony of nocturnal life. You sit, hands resting loosely in your lap, and allow your thoughts to settle, letting your heart rise softly toward the divine presence that enfolds all creation. You recall the simple routines of your day, the warmth of morning sunlight on your shoulders, the soft rustle of leaves as you walked along the familiar path, the sound of bird song greeting the early hours. Each memory feels like a gentle gift, a reminder of God's presence in even the smallest details. You whisper a quiet word of thanks, letting your breath carry it upward, mingling with the rustling leaves and the soft lilt of night insects. Each syllable of prayer seems to resonate with the rhythm of the garden, a subtle echo that warms the spirit. A lantern flickers on the porch nearby, its glow casting long, comforting shadows. You notice how the light touches the edges of petals and leaves, turning them into delicate silhouettes that seem almost sacred in their stillness. A lone butterfly rests quietly on a branch, its wings folded and delicate, a reminder that stillness holds beauty and potential. Nearby, a small bird stirs softly among the shrubs, careful and deliberate, reminding you that life continues in a steady, gentle rhythm, orchestrated by the Creator. Your thoughts turn inward as you settle more deeply into the moment. You reflect on times of quiet gratitude, moments when a simple act of kindness or a gentle word brought warmth to your heart. Each memory feels like a soft candle flame, illuminating corners of your soul that were heavy or dark. You offer these recollections as silent prayers, sending them into the night with humility and trust, knowing that even the smallest utterances are heard by God. The wind stirs, carrying the scent of jasmine and wet earth, mingling with your whispered intentions, and you feel the presence of divine comfort in every gentle sway and soft rustle. As you gaze upward, the stars shimmer with quiet certainty, each one a gentle witness to eternity. You recite softly the verses that have guided you for years, words of comfort and steadfastness, each syllable resonating with the quiet power of faith. The night seems to listen, embracing your heart, and you feel an almost imperceptible warmth spread through your chest and down your arms, grounding you in the serene knowledge that you are held and watched over. The gentle rustling of leaves becomes a lullaby, accompanying your thoughts as they drift softly toward hope and trust. You watch the lantern's flame dance against the floorboards, imagining that each flicker carries a prayer, a whisper of gratitude, or a quiet longing offered without expectation, simply for the joy of communion with God. The breeze picks up slightly, brushing your face and ruffling the edges of your hair, carrying with it the reminder that every element of creation participates in the same rhythm, a soft choreography orchestrated by divine hands. In the distance an owl calls once, a soft hoot that blends into the harmony of night. You notice the gentle sway of the branches above and the quiet shimmer of dew on the grass, each tiny detail inviting stillness and presence. You extend a hand, feeling the warmth of the porch railing, noticing its texture, the familiar grooves smoothed by years of touch. In these small observations your mind finds grounding, a tactile reminder of God's faithful care, present in even the most ordinary moments. Closing your eyes briefly, you breathe slowly, aligning your exhalations with the gentle sway of the chair and the soft symphony of night sounds. You offer a simple prayer for peace, for gentle guidance, for the well-being of loved ones near and far. You picture them bathed in the same quiet, soft light that surrounds you, each thought tender and deliberate, a small offering of hope. The moonlight stretches across the garden, brushing leaves and flowers with a luminous caress, while fireflies flicker intermittently, their tiny lights dancing like floating blessings among the shadows. Time stretches gently, unmeasured, and you allow yourself to be fully absorbed in this quiet contemplation. Each inhalation draws serenity deeper into your being, and each exhalation releases worry and tension. You feel the gentle pulse of life around you, the soft coo of a distant dove, the rustle of leaves, the faint shimmer of the brook, as a constant reminder of the Creator's enduring presence. Your whispered prayers continue effortlessly, flowing like a gentle stream, touching on gratitude, hope, and silent surrender to God's tender care. A soft wind brushes past, stirring the flowers slightly and carrying their delicate fragrance to you. You extend your hands lightly, feeling the cool night air glide across your palms. Each sensory impression, sound, scent, touch, and sight, blends into a unified sense of calm. You are acutely aware of the intricate beauty and gentle order of this night, of your life, and of God's ever-present guidance. In these small, deliberate observations, you find reassurance and rest, a comforting affirmation that you are seen, heard, and loved. Returning to your rocking chair, you sink into its familiar sway, letting your body align with its rhythm. The lantern flickers softly, shadows dancing across the floorboards, while the moon continues its serene watch. You exhale slowly, imagining each breath as a gentle offering, a quiet note of gratitude carried upward. The stars twinkle steadily above, the garden holds its gentle vigil, and you feel an encompassing warmth, the peace that comes from trust, faith, and the tender presence of God. You whisper one last word of thanks before allowing your thoughts to settle fully. The night embraces you completely, the soft chorus of crickets, the distant brook, and the subtle movement of leaves creating a lullaby of stillness. You rest in this moment, feeling held, safe, and unhurried, the quiet assurance of God's presence suffusing every part of your being. Each small detail, the flicker of the lantern, the shimmer of dew, the gentle sway of branches, becomes a reminder that the Creator is near and that in this quiet you are entirely at peace. In the stillness of midnight, every quiet breath becomes a gentle conversation with God, serene and unhurried. The world lies beneath a velvet sky, soft and endless, the stars stretching in their distant, unwavering brilliance. The moon hangs low, a delicate crescent, spilling silvery light across the sleeping landscape. Every shadow seems softened by its glow, and every familiar shape of the garden or porch takes on a gentle, comforting outline. The air is cool, brushing lightly against your cheeks, carrying the faint perfume of night-blooming flowers. The subtle rustle of leaves above whispers like a tender song, inviting your heart to release worry and sink more deeply into stillness. You sit quietly, your hands resting lightly on your knees, feeling the faint warmth of the earth beneath your feet. The wooden floorboards of the porch creak softly as the wind stirs, reminding you of the solidity and permanence of your home. Somewhere a distant owl calls, its soft hoot a solitary rhythm in the symphony of night, and you notice how even the smallest sounds seem amplified, as if nature itself is leaning in to listen to your thoughts. Each breath you take is unhurried, a gentle rise and fall, and with every exhale, tension drifts away like morning mist over the fields. You reflect on the quiet moments of your life, the simple acts of love, the fleeting kindnesses exchanged, the laughter that once echoed through rooms now silent. Each memory is a thread, weaving a tapestry of connection and grace, reminding you that God's presence has been interwoven through every detail, even when unnoticed. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the moonlight wash over your face, and imagine your prayers drifting like leaves on a calm stream, unhurried, peaceful, each one carried to the heart of the divine. The garden below is hushed but alive, the leaves shimmering faintly as the wind brushes past, each movement a delicate dance in the quiet. Fireflies hover intermittently, their tiny lights flickering like soft stars brought to earth, each one a fleeting reminder of the Creator's gentle artistry. You notice the way the lantern on the porch casts elongated shadows, shapes that seem to sway in time with your own calm breathing. A small bird settles quietly on a branch, its presence a subtle testimony that even in the darkest hours, life continues with soft rhythm and gentle purpose. Your mind drifts to gratitude, each thought a soft bead of light strung along a thread of faith. You recall moments when God's presence was most tangible, the warmth of a morning sunbeam on your hands, the quiet joy of seeing dew-laden flowers glisten, the peace that followed a whispered prayer. Each recollection brings with it a comforting weight, a gentle reassurance that you have been guided, protected and accompanied through all seasons. The night seems to hold its breath, inviting your heart to expand, to receive this peace fully. You watch the subtle shimmer of the moonlight on the roof of the house and along the edges of the garden, noticing how the silver light catches the smallest details, the curve of a leaf, the edge of a flower petal, the faint texture of the porch railing. Each observation feels intimate, a private conversation with creation itself. The brook in the distance murmurs softly, its water weaving over stones in a deliberate rhythmic pattern that seems almost like a lullaby. You close your eyes for a moment, listening deeply, letting the soft symphony of night sounds become a gentle rhythm that eases the mind and body into deeper rest. Your thoughts drift gently to loved ones near and far. You picture them safe, surrounded by the same quiet night, held in the tender care of the Creator. Each prayer you whisper is soft and deliberate, a quiet hope carried with reverence. The breeze carries the faint scent of jasmine and moist earth brushing across your hands and face, as if to affirm that even the smallest senses are touched by grace. In the soft unfolding of night, you feel a connection to all that is alive, a thread of unity running through every leaf, every stone, every flickering insect of the garden. The lantern flickers once more, its golden glow mingling with the silver of the moonlight. You notice how the shadows of branches and leaves stretch and sway gently, each movement delicate and unforced. A butterfly flits quietly in the garden below, its wings catching the light like miniature prayer flags floating in still air. You inhale slowly, savouring the cool, fragrant night, and exhale, feeling your heart open to the quiet assurance of divine presence. Every detail, the whisper of the wind, the shimmer of the brook, the faint hoot of the owl, is a gentle affirmation of constancy and care. Your thoughts turn to forgiveness and release, reflecting on times when burdens were heavy and hearts were weary. You allow yourself to let go, imagining each weight lifted, carried gently away by the night air. The subtle glimmer of stars above seems to mirror the rising lightness within, a soft reassurance that all things are seen, all hearts known, and all prayers received. You fold your hands lightly in your lap, noticing the texture of skin and fabric, the familiar comfort of your surroundings, and how each sensation grounds you in this peaceful, holy moment. The night deepens, and your gaze lingers on the sky, the stars twinkling faintly, patient and steady. You imagine them as tiny messengers, each one carrying your whispered hopes and gratitude into the vastness of creation. The garden below rests in quiet harmony, the flowers bowed gently under the weight of dew, each leaf and petal still and receptive. You breathe slowly, in sync with the rhythm of the world around you, feeling a deep, serene trust growing within. The gentle sweep of wind, the faint murmur of distant water, and the soft chorus of night. Creatures become a lullaby that enfolds the body and mind. Every small movement, the sway of the chair beneath you, the subtle shift of your feet on the wooden floor, the faint brush of night air across your skin, is an affirmation of being present, of life itself sustained in quiet grace. You whisper one final prayer for yourself and for others, soft and deliberate, each word a note of gratitude, trust and surrender. The moonlight glimmers across the porch railing. Fireflies continue their silent dance, and the night seems to pause, attentive and tender, holding your heart in calm embrace. Time stretches gently, unmeasured, and you allow yourself to drift further into stillness. Each exhalation releases tension. Each inhalation draws serenity deeper. You feel a profound sense of continuity, of life, of faith, and of divine presence touching every fibre of your being. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant babble of the brook, the faint call of an owl. They are companions, witnesses to the intimate quiet of midnight reflections. In these moments, you are fully aware of being both small and infinitely cherished, resting in a world that holds you tenderly, guided by love that never falters. As the night deepens, every quiet heartbeat becomes a soft prayer cradled in God's tender care. The moon hangs low and luminous, spilling a silver glow over the sleeping landscape. Its light touches the edges of rooftops, glints softly on window panes, and bathes the garden in a gentle radiance. Shadows stretch lazily across the porch and lawn, soft and undemanding, reminding you of the world's quiet patience. The air carries a subtle chill, brushing gently across your cheeks, and mingles with the faint, comforting scent of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. Somewhere nearby, a small creek murmurs quietly, its water weaving around stones in a steady, unhurried rhythm. The leaves of tall trees sway slowly in response, producing a hush that seems to embrace every sound with calm. You sit quietly, wrapped in a familiar shawl or blanket, feeling the solid, reassuring presence of the wooden porch beneath you. Every movement is deliberate and measured, the gentle settling of your hands on your lap, the slow shifting of your feet, the delicate brushing of fingers along the railing. These small gestures ground you, reminding you of the simplicity of life and the gentle constancy of creation. Your mind softens as you notice the rhythmic pulse of your own breathing, each inhale a quiet drawing in of peace, each exhale a tender release of worry. The night invites you to linger in this awareness, in this intimate connection with all that is and with the one who watches over it. Your thoughts drift naturally to gratitude, and with them, a sense of profound ease. You recall moments when God's presence felt closest, during quiet mornings in sunlight, walking along dewy paths, listening to the distant call of a bird, feeling warmth on your hands from a cup of tea. You remember tender acts of kindness given and received, the laughter of friends and family echoing in gentle memory, and the reassurance that every life, every small gesture, every whispered prayer is seen and cherished. You smile softly, allowing these recollections to settle within you like glowing embers, radiating warmth into the corners of your heart. The garden below is bathed in soft moonlight. Fireflies hover intermittently, their tiny flickers of light weaving through the air like living strands of hope. A small bird perches quietly on a branch, ruffling its feathers before settling, its presence a silent reminder that life continues in grace, even in the stillest hours. The wind whispers softly through the leaves, a delicate hymn, carrying the faint perfume of lavender and jasmine, mingling with the scent of freshly turned soil. You notice the subtle sparkle of dew on petals and leaves, reflecting the moonlight like tiny lanterns of faith, and you feel a calm certainty that the world in all its detail is held with care. Your eyes close briefly as you imagine yourself within this serene landscape, every detail magnified by attention and gentle awareness. You feel the soft pressure of your body against the seat, the warmth of your hands against the cool night air, and the steady rhythm of your heart. Each sensation becomes a thread, weaving together presence, stillness, and reflection. You think of the people you love, those near and far, and send them silent blessings, trusting that God's care reaches beyond distance and time. A subtle hush falls over the earth, as if the night itself bends to listen, holding your whispered prayers tenderly. In the quiet, you recall the guidance that has shaped your days, the wisdom gleaned from Scripture, the soft counsel of a faithful pastor, the gentle teachings that emphasized patience, mercy, and love. These lessons, once perhaps easily overlooked in the rush of daylight, now unfold in clarity. You recognize that every step, every choice, every small act of compassion has been part of a grander tapestry, orchestrated with care and purpose. A soft breeze carries the gentle rustle of leaves, reminding you that even in movement there is stillness, and in stillness the presence of God is felt most clearly. The night deepens further, and your thoughts drift to forgiveness, both giving and receiving. You remember moments of misunderstanding or hurt, and allow the weight of those memories to lift gently, imagining them being carried away with the wind. The moonlight glimmers across the garden once more, as if affirming this release, and you feel an unburdening in your chest, a soft exhalation that leaves room for serenity. Every subtle sound of the night, the distant murmur of water, the faint rustle of an animal, the gentle flutter of leaves, becomes a meditation, an acknowledgement that life in all its quiet details continues with grace and care. You notice how the faintest illumination from the lanterns and moonlight sketches patterns across the porch and garden, forming shifting mosaics of shadow and light. Your gaze lingers on them, slow and deliberate, each movement of light a gentle rhythm, echoing the silent heartbeat of the night. You feel connected to the steady pulse of creation, aware that every element, every leaf, every ripple in the water, every glimmer of starlight is embraced and cherished. This awareness brings a soft warmth, a quiet joy that permeates your being without urgency or demand. Your attention turns inward, to the rhythm of your own breath and heartbeat, now a comforting cadence that blends with the whispers of the night. You imagine each inhalation drawing in God's love, each exhalation releasing tension, worry, or lingering doubt. Thoughts of the day fade naturally, replaced by awareness of the present, of the gentle embrace of the night, and of the quiet, steadfast presence of the divine. The soft chirp of a cricket, the distant rustle of a branch, the occasional whisper of wind through the leaves, all become threads in a lullaby, weaving a calm that sinks into your body and mind. Memories of comfort arise. A warm cup of tea held between your palms, the sound of loved ones' laughter, a soft hymn sung in the distance. Each recollection is tender, carrying with it reassurance, safety, and belonging. You feel a gentle settling, as if the night itself is a soft blanket draped across your shoulders, holding you in peace. Every small detail, the shimmer of dew, the soft movement of shadows, the distant stars twinkling patiently, seems to affirm that life, faith, and love are continuous, unbroken threads running through your days. You breathe slowly, letting the natural rhythm of your body harmonize with the night. You feel the warmth of contentment spreading from your chest to your fingers and toes. Each exhalation carries with it release. Each inhalation draws in calm. The soft murmur of water in the distance, the gentle sway of branches, and the faint glow of fireflies blend into a gentle symphony. You imagine God's hand encompassing the earth, your home, and your heart, quieting every fear, every tension, and every lingering worry. The moon begins its slow arc across the sky, and you notice how each shadow shifts subtly, creating a soft, dynamic tapestry of light and darkness. Your thoughts become gentle, contemplative ripples, reflecting on the goodness of creation, the quiet joy of small acts of love, and the unbroken thread of faith. The stillness deepens, inviting your mind to rest, your heart to trust, and your spirit to settle into the quiet grace that surrounds you. You feel the gentle reminder that you are never alone, that God's presence is constant, tender, and unwavering. A faint breeze drifts across the porch, carrying the scent of night jasmine and fresh earth, and the small rustle of leaves harmonizes with the distant song of a nightingale. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, each blink a soft acknowledgement of the day past, each breath a gentle surrender to the quiet embrace of night. Your heart is calm, your mind at ease, and your spirit cradled in the gentle assurance that all is held with care. With each slow, deliberate breath, your body softens, your thoughts quiet, and your awareness blends with the gentle rhythm of the night. The fireflies continue their delicate dance, the creek murmurs softly, and the moon casts a calm, steady light over all. You feel a deep, abiding peace, a quiet joy, and a tender connection to all that is, a comforting realization that every heart, every leaf, every moment is embraced by grace. As the first light of dawn gently filters through the trees, a soft prayer rises with the morning breeze. The world begins to awaken slowly, not with a rush, but with tender gestures. Light spills delicately across the horizon, casting a pale gold glow that spills through the slats of the blinds and across the worn wooden floor. The air is cool yet gentle, carrying the faint fragrance of dew-soaked grass and the subtle sweetness of early blossoms. A solitary bird stretches its wings and takes flight, leaving behind a delicate trill that mingles with the rustle of leaves in a tentative morning wind. Everything feels deliberate, measured, and full of promise. The kind of quiet that invites reflection and gratitude. You rise slowly from the warmth of your bed, feeling the weight of the night gently lift from your shoulders. Your feet meet the floor with soft assurance, and each movement becomes a meditation. a gentle acknowledgement of God's presence in the simplicity of daily life. A cup of warm tea or coffee rests within reach, steam curling lazily upward, carrying the scent of comfort and calm. You sip slowly, letting the warmth infuse your chest and arms, and you breathe in deeply, letting the first breaths of morning blend with the remnants of night's peace. Looking out the window, the garden awakens in subtle ways. Tiny droplets of dew cling to petals and leaves, reflecting the morning light like scattered jewels. The grass bends with the soft brush of wind, and somewhere in the distance the faint babble of a stream flows, steady and reassuring. Each detail is an invitation to linger, to notice, to breathe in gratitude. The quiet, persistent rhythms of nature serve as a soft counterpoint to the busy mind, inviting stillness and gentle reflection. You kneel briefly by your bedside or in a favourite corner, whispering small prayers of gratitude, asking for guidance, or simply acknowledging the presence of God in the moment. Each prayer is soft, intimate, and without urgency, a shared breath between your heart and the divine. Perhaps you recall moments of yesterday's joy, the kindness of strangers, a gentle smile, or a quiet word that lifted a spirit. You breathe in these memories, letting them settle within like small, warm embers, and exhale tension or worry, trusting that God holds all things in care. The light continues to grow, spilling over the rooftops and into the corners of the room. Shadows retreat slowly, leaving space for brightness that is soft, never harsh. In the garden, the flowers slowly unfurl their petals, the pale blue of morning glories, the soft cream of daisies, and the gentle pink of roses, all nodding in silent praise. You walk slowly to the porch, each step deliberate, feeling the cool boards beneath your feet and the crisp air brushing against your face. There is a sense of ceremony in these small acts, the deliberate noticing of colour, texture, scent and sound. A gentle breeze carries the distant scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil. Somewhere nearby, the soft babble of water and the rustle of leaves harmonise in a delicate morning symphony. You pause, listening, allowing each note to settle into your consciousness. It is in these soft, almost imperceptible movements that you feel the presence of God most clearly, woven into the very fabric of the world, steady, patient, and constant. The world seems to breathe with you as you walk along the familiar path to the garden or porch. Every step is a gentle reminder of life's continuity. A butterfly flits lazily from bloom to bloom, a soft, almost imperceptible brush against petals as it moves. A squirrel pauses mid-leap, its tiny paws gripping a branch before continuing, a reminder of God's care for every living creature. The morning light illuminates the dewdrops along the edges of leaves, sparkling faintly, catching your attention and inviting awe at the subtleties of creation. You pause to touch a flower, a leaf, or the rough bark of a tree, feeling textures that connect you to life in a simple yet profound way. The sensation grounds you, a tactile acknowledgement that you are a part of this unfolding morning held gently in the rhythm of the world. Your hands linger, brushing over petals, tracing the curves of leaves, feeling the pulse of life in the soil beneath. These small gestures, so ordinary, become prayers themselves, silent acts of reverence and gratitude. The sky shifts to pale pinks and gentle golds, the sun's first rays slipping past branches and dancing across rooftops and lawns. Each ray is a tender illumination, a reminder of hope renewed daily. Your mind softens as it follows the arcs of light and shadow, noticing subtle changes,
Small miracles that have always been there but often unnoticed. In these quiet moments, clarity emerges, a gentle awareness that every day is a gift, every breath a blessing, and every small gesture a testament to the enduring presence of God. A few clouds drift lazily, their edges tinged with the first blush of sunlight, moving with a deliberate, unhurried grace. You notice how they shift and change, ephemeral yet constant, reflecting the impermanence of worries and the steadfastness of divine care. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell rings.
Faintly, the sound carrying softly on the breeze, an audible reminder of faith, community and connection. You feel a quiet joy rising in your chest, the kind that doesn't demand expression but simply is, a still, steady glow of peace. Your attention turns inward once again to the quiet rhythm of your heartbeat and breathing. Each inhale carries life, each exhale releases tension. Thoughts of tomorrow fade softly, replaced by awareness of this singular moment, of the gentle illumination of dawn, of the tender constancy of creation. You feel the presence of God in the movement of leaves, the shimmer of dew, the distant trill of a bird. Each small detail a quiet hymn, a reassurance that you are held now and always. You walk back indoors, savouring the tactile warmth of a rug beneath your feet, the gentle support of furniture, the soft light filtering through curtains. Each gesture is deliberate, an acknowledgement of being, of dwelling safely in this world, and of the quiet care that surrounds you. Perhaps you pause to write a note of gratitude, or simply breathe, letting the sensations of comfort and presence sink in. The world feels vast yet intimate, immense yet tender, a cradle in which both the earth and your spirit are held. The kitchen smells faintly of brewed coffee or morning tea, mingling with the lingering scent of night-blooming jasmine. Steam rises gently from a cup, curling into the light, a visual echo of your own slow, deliberate breath. Each sip warms your chest, spreading calm through your arms and shoulders. The room is filled with soft, steady light, and the faint ticking of a clock or distant hum of a fan becomes a gentle rhythm that mirrors the natural cadence of your body. You step to a window once more, watching the garden fully awaken, the flowers bending toward the light, the grass glistening, the branches stretching upward. A small bird hops along the edge of the path, searching for morning sustenance, while insects begin their subtle chorus. You feel a deep sense of connection, an unspoken acknowledgement that life continues with patience, that every creature, every movement, every whisper of wind is held in grace. With each gentle breath, you allow yourself to settle fully into the awareness of the present. You imagine a soft golden light surrounding your body, wrapping you in warmth and calm. Thoughts drift slowly, memories rise and fade, and the world continues its serene rhythm, gentle and unwavering. You feel gratitude for the night past, hope for the day beginning, and above all, a quiet, abiding peace that surpasses understanding. You whisper a final, soft prayer, an offering of thanks for rest, for life, for love, and for God's tender, unwavering presence. Each word resonates softly in your chest, a private echo that carries on the morning breeze. Outside, the birds chirp in unhurried harmony, the leaves sway gently, and the first rays of sunlight warm your skin. Every element joins in a quiet symphony, a lullaby not for sleep, but for waking into grace, serenity, and trust. Morning light dances softly on the surface of a calm pond, and with it comes a gentle whisper of peace. The day unfolds slowly, as if the world itself is breathing with care, stretching toward the warmth of the sun. Along the edge of a quiet pond, mist hovers delicately above the water, curling in soft, luminous tendrils. Each droplet shimmers in the morning light, reflecting the sky's gentle hues of pale lavender and soft gold. The air carries a faint scent of damp earth and early blooms, mingling with the subtle sweetness of water lilies that sway slightly in the gentle currents. Everything feels deliberate and unhurried, an invitation to slow your heartbeat and step quietly into presence. You approach the water's edge with slow, measured steps, feeling the soft grass bend beneath your feet. Each movement is an acknowledgement of life's rhythms, a conscious act of being grounded in the moment. The pond ripples gently as a soft breeze brushes across its surface, sending tiny waves shimmering toward the reeds along the shore. A heron lifts gracefully from the shallow water, its wings stretching wide and its shadow gliding across the mirrored surface, a living echo of stillness and care. You pause, watching, feeling the quiet hush of the morning seep into your spirit. A small rowboat rests at the dock, its surface glistening faintly in the early light. You step inside, feeling the wood's cool, smooth surface beneath your hands, the subtle creak under your weight, the comforting rhythm of stillness around you. Slowly, you pull the oars, one at a time, dipping them into the water with deliberate care. Each stroke moves the boat gently forward, leaving behind delicate ripples that expand outward and fade into the calm. The soft splash of water and the rhythmic dip of the oars create a gentle cadence, a quiet meditation in motion. Above, the sky shifts from soft golds and lavender into pale blues, the first promise of a full day unfolding. Clouds drift lazily, their edges illuminated with gentle sunlight. A breeze carries the distant scent of pine and wildflowers, mingling with the coolness rising from the water. Every detail, the shimmer on the water, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant trill of birds, serves as a quiet hymn, a whispered reassurance of God's presence in even the smallest, most delicate moments. You close your eyes briefly, letting the warmth of the sun touch your face and the soft motion of the boat rock your body in gentle rhythm. A small prayer rises in your heart, not hurried or loud, but soft and steady. You offer thanks for life, for breath, for the quiet beauty surrounding you, and for the enduring presence of God. The ripples continue outward, small and purposeful, a subtle reminder that your actions, your intentions, your prayers, though gentle, radiate through the world in ways you may never fully see. A family of ducks paddles quietly nearby, gliding in perfect synchrony, their tiny ripples crossing yours, merging and separating in delicate harmony. A dragonfly flits over the water, its wings catching the sunlight and reflecting tiny rainbows as it hovers above the reeds. You watch, still and present, noticing the patterns, the small movements that often go unseen, realizing they are part of a larger, intricate tapestry, a daily miracle of life, held tenderly by God. The boat drifts slowly toward the pond's center, where water lilies float in lazy clusters, their petals soft, dew-speckled, and almost luminescent. A frog croaks quietly from beneath a lily pad, a low, comforting note that blends into the ambient chorus of wind and water. You inhale the faint fragrance of wet earth and foliage, letting it fill your senses, grounding you in the here and now. Each small sound, each subtle shift of light, each tiny movement in the water becomes a meditation, a sacred rhythm in which your soul finds rest. Looking across the pond, the trees sway gently, their leaves rustling softly as sunlight flickers through them. Shadows play on the water's surface, shifting and stretching, a gentle reminder that even in stillness there is motion, life, and quiet energy. You notice the reflections of the sky, clouds and trees on the mirrored water, a soft liquid echo of the beauty above, a reminder of God's handiwork mirrored in every corner of creation. You dip your fingers into the cool water, feeling its smooth, soothing flow slip between your hands, carrying away tension and worry with each movement. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, glimpses of life shimmering briefly before disappearing, a silent testimony to God's intricate care. You whisper a prayer for patience, for clarity, for the gentle unfolding of grace, each word rising like a soft exhale, blending seamlessly with the ambient rhythm of the morning. The light grows warmer, spilling fully over the pond and into the surrounding meadow. Wildflowers bend gently in the breeze, delicate insects begin their subtle hum, and birds take flight in lazy, measured arcs. The world feels intimate, enveloping, alive with the quiet pulse of life, held tenderly by God's presence. You feel it in your chest, in your shoulders, in your fingertips, the still, steady peace of being fully known, fully held. As the boat drifts back toward the dock, you allow yourself a moment of quiet reflection. Each movement of the oars, each ripple in the water, each sound of life around you reinforces a soft truth. You are part of a world that is vast and yet tender, complex and yet simple, cared for in every moment by a presence beyond understanding. The sun's warmth grows gentle on your skin, the breeze whispers softly, and your heart opens just slightly more to receive the subtle gifts that fill each day with quiet beauty. Stepping back onto the dock, you feel the solid support beneath your feet and the grounding reassurance of the earth. The boat rocks gently in response, a subtle echo of the calm within you. You take a deep breath, inhaling warmth, light, and the faint fragrance of surrounding blooms. You exhale slowly, letting gratitude fill every corner of your being, letting each breath carry peace into the day ahead. You take a final, gentle look across the pond. The water reflects a sky now bright and clear, birds moving in harmonious arcs, and sunlight dancing softly over rippling surfaces. Every detail, every small motion, every whisper of wind becomes a quiet promise of God's care, a tender reminder that the world is alive with presence, attention, and enduring love. As evening drapes its soft glow over the fields, a quiet assurance fills the heart with calm. The sun has lowered, casting long golden shadows across a landscape that feels both familiar and sacred. Fields stretch outward, swaying gently in the soft evening breeze, the tall grasses brushing together with a tender whisper that seems almost like a sigh. The air is warm but not heavy, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and freshly turned earth. Somewhere in the distance, a small stream murmurs over smooth stones, a gentle rhythm that blends with the sighing of the wind. You walk along a narrow path through the fields, each step slow, deliberate, and mindful. The earth beneath your feet is soft, yielding just enough to remind you of the solidity of the world, the dependable presence of life around you. Every so often a leaf flutters down from a nearby tree, spinning lazily before coming to rest, a simple gesture that draws your attention to the quiet details often overlooked in the rush of day. Above, the sky shifts from gold to a muted lavender, streaked with hints of pink and soft indigo. Clouds drift lazily, their edges kissed by the sun's fading warmth. You pause to watch a flock of birds wheel gracefully in the distance, moving together as though in perfect conversation with one another, a choreography shaped by instinct, yet filled with harmony and trust. It is a gentle reminder that the rhythms of life are ordered, guided, and quietly cared for by a presence that never falters. A small wooden fence runs along the edge of the path, worn smooth by years of rain, sun, and gentle hands touching it. You run your fingers lightly along the wood, feeling its history, its strength, and its quiet testimony to resilience. Each groove and knot seems to tell a story of endurance and care, a subtle reflection of the creator's attention to even the smallest details. You stop for a moment, leaning lightly against it, letting the wind brush past you, and feel a profound sense of being fully present, fully seen. In the distance, a farmhouse sits nestled among the trees, smoke curling softly from its chimney. The golden light from its windows spills outward, painting the surrounding land in warmth. There is a sense of safety here, a quiet reassurance that even as darkness slowly gathers, light persists, steady and gentle, guiding the way. You imagine sitting on the porch, a warm blanket over your shoulders, watching the world breathe as day transitions into night, feeling the rhythm of the land echoing in your own heartbeat. Near the path, a small garden bursts with late blooms, petals catching the last rays of sunlight. Bees hum lazily among the flowers, their movements deliberate, careful, and full of purpose. You watch, captivated, the small choreography of life playing out in a single flower bed, realizing that every motion, no matter how small, is infused with meaning and presence. A faint scent of lavender drifts toward you, mingling with the evening air, calming your thoughts, centering your spirit, and preparing your mind for reflection. The distant stream catches the light as it flows, sending tiny sparkles across its surface. You kneel briefly beside it, letting your hands dip into the cool, flowing water, feeling the current slip through your fingers, carrying away the fatigue, the tension, and the faint traces of worry that may have lingered in your chest. The sound of the water is like a whispered hymn, subtle yet profound, a song of constancy, care, and quiet grace. As twilight deepens, fireflies begin to appear, their tiny lights blinking softly in the growing darkness. You watch their dance with gentle fascination, each flicker like a small prayer, a reminder that light endures even in shadow. The soft chirping of crickets rises in accompaniment, a steady, calming backdrop to the serene scene before you. The night does not feel empty or foreboding. It feels like a delicate embrace, a gentle reminder that each day has its own rhythm, and every night carries its own quiet gifts. You continue your walk, noticing the subtle changes as the sky darkens, stars beginning to emerge in shy clusters. One by one, the familiar constellations appear, their light steady and unwavering, ancient and reliable. You trace their forms with your eyes, feeling a quiet sense of connection, a reminder that you too are part of something vast, cared for, and held in a larger design that extends beyond what can be seen or measured. A lone owl hoots softly from a nearby tree, its voice carrying clearly through the still evening air. You pause, letting its sound sink in, feeling the calm weight of night settle around you. The gentle rhythm of its call matches the slow, steady beat of your own heart, a subtle harmony with the world. Your breath deepens, drawing in the cool, fragrant air, letting it fill your chest and expand into your shoulders. Each exhale is soft, deliberate, releasing remnants of the day and opening your spirit to quiet reflection. Walking further, you find a small bench overlooking the field, its wood cool but comforting. You sit, allowing the land to unfold before you in a panorama of shadowed grasses, soft ripples of light, and distant trees standing sentinel in the fading glow. Here there is no rush, no demand, only presence. You notice the small movements, the sway of a branch, the glimmer of a spiderweb catching the last light, the distant rustle of small animals settling in for night. Each tiny motion is part of a gentle living mosaic, a testament to care, order, and enduring beauty. You let your thoughts drift, soft and unfocused, settling into a quiet gratitude for the day's simple moments. Each step, each sight, each sound has been a small reminder of God's enduring presence, steadfast, gentle, and unobtrusive. The world hums softly around you, each detail infused with intention, each motion a subtle expression of grace. You feel a soft lightness in your chest, a calm warmth spreading through your limbs, a quiet joy rooted in the understanding that you are part of a creation that moves with patience, care, and love. As darkness settles fully over the field, the stars shimmer more brightly, the firefly's glow grows more pronounced, and the air cools slightly, brushing softly against your skin. You wrap a shawl gently around your shoulders, feeling the soft weight, the comforting touch, the simple reassurance of warmth and care. The distant sound of the stream continues, the whisper of wind through the trees persists, and the soft murmur of night creatures creates a serene soundtrack to the evening. You close your eyes briefly, letting the sensations envelop you, allowing the peace of this quiet hour to fill every corner of your being. Your mind eases from the busyness of thought into the simplicity of presence. You feel gratitude for the journey, for the stillness, for the gentle reminders of care and faith, and you offer a soft, wordless prayer of thanks. Beneath the silver light of the moon, the woods breathe a calm that seems to embrace the soul. The path before you winds gently between towering oaks and maples, their leaves whispering softly as a light night breeze stirs them. The moon hangs low in the sky, a lantern in the heavens, casting long silver shadows that stretch across the forest floor. Every detail is softened in the moonlight. The texture of bark, the gentle curves of roots, the delicate shimmer of dew lingering on the undergrowth. You feel a subtle sense of reverence, as though the forest itself is a cathedral, its arches formed by branches, its floor a mosaic of moss and fallen leaves. Each step you take is deliberate, your shoes brushing against fallen leaves that release faint, earthy scents, grounding you in the moment. The air is cool yet comforting, carrying a faint aroma of pine and wet earth. Somewhere far off, the call of a nightbird echoes, lonely but assured, weaving its sound into the larger symphony of the forest. A distant brook babbles gently, its clear waters catching the moonlight, sending small, scattered sparkles across the stones. Each sound, each scent, each movement feels alive, a testament to the presence of care and life that is constant and unending. Along the path, you notice a small patch of wildflowers, their petals silvered by the moon's glow. They bend and sway in the breeze, delicate gestures that seem almost like silent prayers offered upward. You stoop to touch one, the softness of the petals brushing against your fingertips, a reminder that even the smallest parts of creation are intentional, cared for, and cherished. In this moment, it feels as though the Creator's hands have brushed over every surface, shaping it with tenderness and deliberate thought. The air is filled with subtle movements, the rustle of small animals, the flutter of wings from a nearby owl, the soft brush of wind through ferns. These details, quiet and unassuming, offer a gentle rhythm to your heart, a slow, steady cadence that invites reflection and peace. You notice a fallen branch covered in soft moss, the green so vivid it seems to glow faintly in the lunar light. Sitting upon it briefly, you feel the cool dampness beneath your fingers and the steady pulse of life surrounding you. Each element feels purposeful, a quiet lesson in patience, endurance, and grace. Farther along, the path opens to a small clearing. The moonlight falls uninterrupted here, illuminating the gentle rise of a hill and the small clusters of wild grasses that wave with subtle motion. You pause to breathe deeply, inhaling the rich, woodsy air, allowing the fragrance and coolness to fill your chest and settle into your shoulders. The vast sky above stretches endlessly, a dome of indigo speckled with stars that twinkle softly, timeless and constant. It is a scene that whispers of eternity, of a presence greater than any fear or worry that may linger in your mind. A deer emerges from the edge of the clearing, moving with quiet grace, pausing to lift its head and glance in your direction. Its eyes reflect the silver of the moon, calm and unafraid. You hold your breath, recognizing the stillness as a sacred exchange, a brief meeting of life and observer, a silent acknowledgement that all creatures share in the quiet care of their maker. The deer moves on, melting back into the shadows, leaving behind a sense of gentle reassurance that even in silence there is connection, and even in stillness there is presence. The breeze picks up slightly, carrying with it the faint rustle of dry leaves and the soft trill of crickets hidden among the undergrowth. Each sound is a reminder that life continues in quiet, hidden ways, and that the world's rhythms are often gentle, unnoticed, yet profound. You walk slowly, absorbing the subtle harmony around you, your steps blending with the soft sounds as though you, too, are part of the delicate symphony. Every inhale, every exhale seems synchronized with the breath of the forest, the silent pulse of the land, and the quiet presence that guides it. Near the edge of the clearing, a small stone bench rests beneath a gnarled oak. You settle onto it, feeling the cool surface beneath you and letting your body ease into the stillness. The moon above seems to lean closer, casting its soft light across the clearing and painting your surroundings with a gentle glow. Tiny insects drift lazily in the light, their wings shimmering like tiny lanterns, and you watch them, feeling the simple wonder of creation in its most delicate forms. The air hums softly with the quiet life of the night, a soundless prayer that reaches into every corner of the soul. You notice the gentle ripple of a nearby pond, reflecting the moon and stars like a liquid mirror. The water is still, save for occasional fish breaking the surface in small, purposeful arcs. You imagine each ripple as a quiet message of love, care, and attention from the one who watches over all things. Kneeling briefly, you let your fingers skim the surface, feeling the smooth resistance and the coolness seeping into your skin. The touch is grounding, a reminder of both the fragility and the enduring strength of life, and a quiet prompt to rest in trust and patience. The forest deepens around you, yet you feel no fear, only the calm assurance of presence. Every branch, every stone, every faint whisper of wind seems arranged with care, a gentle choreography that encourages reflection and inner peace. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sounds, scents, and light fill your senses fully. The stillness encourages your mind to soften, to release tension, to surrender to the calm, and to rest in the knowledge that you are held fully, tenderly, and completely. As the night progresses, fireflies begin to appear, their small lights blinking softly among the undergrowth. Their glow is subtle, almost hesitant, yet persistent. A delicate reminder that even in the darkest hours, light endures. The sound of the brook continues in the distance, steady and comforting, like the soft cadence of a lullaby. The rhythm of the night and the gentle, enduring presence of life and care create a tapestry of calm that settles into your being. You breathe in the scent of the forest one last time, deep and deliberate, letting it fill your lungs and linger as a memory. You rise slowly from the bench, feeling the weight of serenity in your steps, the calm assurance of the Creator's care in each movement. With one last glance at the moonlit clearing, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant shimmer of the pond, you continue along the path, carrying with you the quiet peace that accompanies presence, trust, and faith. In the soft hush of early morning, a hidden stream murmurs secrets of peace and steadfast love. The first pale hints of dawn filter through the tall pines, their tips catching the gentle light, glowing faintly like embers before the fire fully awakens. The forest is quiet except for the soft sigh of wind through the branches and the distant song of a bird, delicate and tentative. Along a narrow, moss-lined path, the earth feels cool beneath your feet, dew clinging to the blades of grass and the tiny ferns that edge the trail. Every step releases a faint fragrance of wet earth, pine resin, and wildflowers that have endured the chill of night. Ahead, a stream comes into view, winding lazily through the forest floor. Its water glints with the soft reflection of dawn, rippling gently over smooth stones. You pause, letting the quiet gurgle of the stream seep into your mind, a gentle rhythm that matches your own breathing. Kneeling at its edge, your fingertips graze the cool water. A faint shiver runs through your hand, but it is a calm, grounding sensation, a reminder of the enduring and patient flow of life that moves steadily, without hurry or fuss, under the guidance of unseen hands. The stream winds through a small clearing where wildflowers cluster, petals still heavy with dew. Each droplet catches the first light, turning into tiny prisms, scattering faint rainbows across the green expanse. Dragonflies hover briefly, delicate wings glinting, tracing invisible patterns that seem deliberate yet effortless. You watch them, aware that even the smallest creatures participate in this gentle unfolding of creation, each contributing to the symphony of calm that surrounds you. A soft rustle nearby draws your attention to a small fawn stepping cautiously through the undergrowth. Its movements are careful, almost reverent, as though it too senses the sacred quiet of this place. The fawn pauses at the stream's edge, lowering its head to drink. Water ripples outward, reflecting the pale gold and lavender of the morning sky. You inhale slowly, the cool, crisp air filling your lungs, carrying the faint scent of earth and water and the subtle sweetness of new blooms. The rhythm of the forest, the steady murmur of the stream, and the gentle presence of life around you create a comforting, enveloping embrace. You continue along the path beside the stream, the soft gurgle guiding each step, the light deepening with each moment. Birds begin to sing in tentative bursts, first a single note, then another, until the trees are filled with a chorus of awakening. The song is soft, unhurried, and you feel the warmth of quiet joy rising within you. It is a joy that is not loud or urgent, but steady, like a flame flickering but never fading, a reminder that faith and presence are constant, even in the gentlest of moments. Small fish break the surface of the stream intermittently, sending circular ripples that disturb the reflection of the sky. You kneel again, tracing the patterns with your fingertips, and realize each ripple mirrors the gentle effect that small acts of care and kindness have on the world. Even seemingly tiny gestures, like the soft whisper of water, the quiet attention to another's need, or the gentle thought offered in prayer, have an echo that travels far beyond what the eye can see. The forest begins to fill with morning mist, a delicate veil that softens the edges of everything. Trees fade into pale shapes, distant rocks lose their sharpness, and even the stream seems more like a silvery ribbon than a channel of water. The mist carries the subtle fragrance of damp earth, wild flowers, and the faint sweetness of pine. It is as if the entire world has slowed its breathing, allowing you to slow with it, each exhale releasing tension, and each inhale filling you with calm. A fallen log beside the stream invites you to sit. The wood is cool and slightly damp, yet stable, grounding you as you rest. Tiny insects crawl along its surface, unhurried and deliberate, each movement a subtle reminder that life continues with purpose, even when unnoticed. A dragonfly hovers close, dipping its iridescent wings toward the water, then moving on. The soft flicker of these moments, unnoticed by many, carries a quiet assurance that all things, seen and unseen, are held in the care of the Creator. You close your eyes, allowing the gentle sounds, the stream, the rustling leaves, the distant bird calls, to fill your mind. In the quiet you feel a warmth in your chest, a deep sense of connection to the world around you. A reminder that every act of kindness, every whispered prayer, and every quiet moment of reflection is part of a greater whole. The Creator's presence seems tangible, wrapping around you like the mist itself, soft, gentle, and encompassing. The stream curves and disappears behind a small rise, leaving the path open and inviting. You rise slowly, feeling the residual calm settle into your shoulders and spine. Each step forward feels deliberate, infused with a newfound patience and quiet certainty. The light continues to deepen, casting long shadows and illuminating the path ahead with a soft golden glow. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every ripple in the water feels infused with meaning and care. As you move on, the call of a distant bird, the gentle ripple of water, and the whisper of the wind form a quiet choir, a lullaby for the soul. The mist begins to lift, revealing more of the forest, yet the calm remains, a companion that will continue to walk with you beyond this moment. The path seems endless, yet safe, each bend offering the promise of discovery and serenity, a reminder that even in solitude you are never truly alone. As the sun dips low, the meadow breathes a quiet serenity, inviting gentle prayers and stillness. The sky softens into shades of lavender and rose, streaks of amber fading slowly into dusky blue. A warm, lingering light stretches across the meadow, brushing the tips of tall grasses with a golden hue. The air is calm, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers, honeyed and delicate, mingling with the subtle musk of the earth beneath your feet. Each blade of grass trembles softly in the evening breeze, as though echoing a silent hymn. The gentle rhythm of the world acknowledging the presence of something greater. A narrow dirt path winds lazily through the meadow, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, each step tracing a story of quiet devotion and reflection. Alongside the path, fireflies emerge, tiny lanterns flickering, intermittently moving slowly in unpredictable, enchanting patterns. Their soft glows punctuate the evening, tiny beacons that draw the eye and soothe the mind. You pause, letting their gentle light captivate your gaze, feeling the evening's hush wrap around your shoulders like a comforting shawl. In the distance, a grove of ancient oaks rises, their massive forms silhouetted against the fading light. The branches sway softly, leaves whispering secrets to one another in the wind. Beneath the canopy, the air is cooler, touched with the scent of bark and moss, and you can almost hear the slow, deliberate heartbeat of the forest. The contrast between open meadow and shadowed grove reminds you of the balance in life. Light and dark, joy and sorrow, certainty and doubt. Each is part of a larger rhythm, orchestrated with patience and care. Kneeling at the edge of a small creek that meanders through the meadow, you dip your fingers into the water. The coolness travels through your hands, grounding you. Tiny fish flicker beneath the surface, quicksilver flashes against the fading light. Water flows gently, unhurried, reflecting the pastel sky above and carrying with it the faint fragrance of wet earth and blooming reeds. You exhale slowly, feeling your chest expand with quiet gratitude. The soft gurgle of the stream becomes a lullaby, harmonizing with the whisper of the grass and the distant call of a lone owl. A bench, worn smooth by seasons of use, sits beneath a solitary tree. You walk toward it, each step deliberate as the evening light deepens. The wooden seat embraces your weight, and you settle down, letting your hands rest loosely in your lap. The gentle sway of branches overhead casts moving shadows across the ground, dappled in fading amber. Your eyes trace the patterns, noting the intricate interplay of light and darkness, and your mind slows to match the measured pace of nature. A rabbit pauses at the edge of the meadow, ears twitching, nose sniffing the air. It seems to sense the sacred hush, moving carefully, respectfully across the tall grass. You watch it for a long moment, noting the soft rise and fall of its small chest, the delicate way it navigates the world, guided by instinct and awareness. It is a reminder that each living creature, no matter how small, participates in the quiet orchestration of life, held and guided by unseen hands. As twilight deepens, the first stars appear, pinpricks of light scattered across the indigo sky. The air is cool, yet soothing, a gentle contrast to the warmth of the fading sun. You lift your face to the heavens, letting your thoughts drift upward like soft smoke, carrying with them whispered prayers and quiet wishes. The vast expanse of the sky above, infinite and constant, brings a gentle hum of reassurance. Even when life feels uncertain, the constancy of creation reminds you that there is care and order beyond what the eyes can see. Nearby, a few crickets begin their evening chorus, steady and rhythmic. Each note is small, yet collectively they form a soft symphony, filling the meadow with delicate sound. You let the cadence of insects, the rustle of grass, and the distant water's murmur merge into a gentle embrace of sensory calm. Your breathing matches the rhythm, slow and deliberate, syncing with the ebb and flow of nature. A quiet thought emerges, subtle but profound. Peace is found in noticing, in listening, in allowing the world's gentle heartbeat to become your own. Reaching into your pocket, you take a small journal, its leather cover softened by use. With a careful hand, you write a single line. I trust in your guidance, O Lord. The letters form slowly, deliberately, as the sky darkens and the meadow seems to breathe in tandem with your pen. It is not a declaration to be shared, but a personal tether, a quiet anchor to the present moment, connecting your spirit to a larger presence that observes and sustains all. A soft wind rustles through the meadow, brushing against your cheeks like a whispered benediction. You fold the journal, tucking it close to your heart, and lean back on the bench. The warmth of the earth beneath, the cool caress of evening air, and the gentle luminescence of fireflies create a cocoon of serenity. Each element, delicate and unassuming, reminds you that life is made of innumerable small graces, each one an invitation to rest, to trust, and to simply be. Time seems suspended. The meadow, the grove, the stream, and the sky converge into a single harmonious presence. You feel the quiet strength of faith, the soft assurance that your prayers, your hopes, and your small acts of gratitude are heard and held. The world itself becomes a gentle teacher, showing through the smallest details that care, patience, and love are ever present. Under the soft glow of the moon, the garden whispers quiet truths and gentle assurances of grace. The night has settled fully, a calm blanket draping over the land, cool and soft against the skin. Moonlight spills across the garden, silvering the petals of flowers and illuminating the edges of leaves in delicate lines. Every surface glimmers subtly, as if the world itself has been sprinkled with starlight. The air is fragrant, carrying the tender aroma of jasmine and lavender, mingled with the earthy scent of dew-laden soil. Each inhalation feels like a prayer, steady and soothing, filling the chest with serenity. A narrow stone path curves lazily through the garden, moss cushioning the spaces between worn stones, softening the steps. The gentle crunch underfoot is a reminder of the solidity of the earth, a grounding presence beneath the vastness of sky. Along the edges, roses sway gently in the night breeze, their blooms brushing against one another, whispering in rhythm with the wind. The sound is subtle, almost a secret, as though the flowers themselves are murmuring prayers of gratitude. A small fountain murmurs nearby, water spilling over smooth stones, forming miniature rivers that glint in the pale moonlight. The sound is calm, rhythmic, a lullaby for the senses. Tiny ripples scatter across the surface, catching reflections of the moon in shifting patterns. Sitting on a low bench beside the fountain, you watch the movement, noting the precise, unhurried flow. Each ripple reminds you of the gentle, consistent presence of God, moving through life quietly, touching each moment with care and intention. The garden is alive with nocturnal creatures, subtle in their activity. A hedgehog rustles softly through leaves, moving with careful deliberation. Its tiny steps are measured, deliberate, and remind you that life continues quietly, with purpose and intention, even when unseen. In the distance, a nightingale begins its soft song, the notes flowing over the garden like a silken thread. Each trill is precise yet gentle, echoing the rhythms of nature and the steadiness of divine presence. You reach down to touch the petals of a moonlit lily, delicate and cool, their smooth surfaces almost translucent in the silver light. The texture is soothing, a tactile reminder of the beauty that exists in simplicity. The soft brush of fingers against petals is a gentle meditation, a small act of reverence, a moment where thought slows and the heart expands. Each flower, each stone, each ripple in the fountain seems to hold a quiet lesson, patience, care, and the assurance of being held. The path leads to a small gazebo, its wooden beams bathed in gentle moonlight. You step inside, the floorboards creaking softly beneath your weight. The air here is stiller, the surrounding garden slightly muffled, and the hush allows reflection to deepen. You close your eyes, leaning against the warm, smooth wood, listening to the garden's ambient symphony. Water trickling, leaves rustling, insects stirring, a far-off owl's call. In the stillness, your thoughts turn inward, softening with each breath, letting worries dissipate like fog in the morning sun. A lantern hangs from the center of the gazebo, its candle long burned down, leaving only a faint glow in the glass. The absence of bright light is a comfort, a gentle reminder that illumination need not be harsh to be present. Shadows dance softly across the wall, moving in rhythm with the slight breeze. You trace them with your eyes, allowing the mind to drift. In these quiet movements, you perceive the subtle orchestration of the world, the delicate balance that mirrors the constancy of God's care. You take a small notebook from your pocket, the leather smooth from use, and open it to a blank page. Carefully, you write a single line. I rest in your guidance, Lord, trusting in your love. The pen moves slowly, each stroke deliberate, carrying intention. Writing becomes prayer, the physical act of marking paper intertwining with the meditative rhythm of breath. Words settle into the page like leaves falling gently to the earth, and you feel a weight lift. The chest, unclenching, a soft exhale of relief and gratitude. Above, the moon hangs luminous, a perfect circle, steady and unchanging despite the passage of night. Its light falls upon the garden in a quiet shower, highlighting details that often go unnoticed. The delicate veins of a leaf, the subtle curve of a flower stem, the shimmer of dew clinging to grass. Every observation is a lesson in mindfulness, a gentle whisper that even in stillness there is life, movement, and care. The awareness of presence, of God's presence, is palpable, comforting, and unwavering. In the far corner of the garden, a small bench invites rest. You walk toward it, feeling the softness of moss underfoot, the slight unevenness of the earth grounding each step. Sitting down, you close your eyes, letting the night sounds envelop you completely. The steady trickle of the fountain, the rustle of leaves, the distant nightingale, the whisper of the breeze, all form a delicate tapestry of serenity. The mind quiets, heart slows, and a gentle warmth spreads through the chest, a feeling of being cradled by the quiet embrace of creation. A soft wind brushes your cheek, carrying with it the fragrance of the garden, the whisper of night, and the subtle promise of peace. In that moment, thoughts of worry and doubt seem to dissolve, replaced with awareness of constancy, faithfulness, and care. There is a sacredness in stillness, a gentle knowledge that life is supported by a presence greater than ourselves, one that attends to every leaf, every ripple, every heart that seeks solace. The world around you breathes in harmony. Fireflies dot the periphery, moving like flickering stars brought to earth, their light gentle but insistent, reminders of hope and quiet joy. You watch them without rush, noting the patterns, the unpredictability, and the beauty inherent in their dance. It is a subtle but profound lesson. Even the smallest, faintest lights matter, even when shadows linger. Closing your eyes once more, you feel the garden's energy settle around you. Each inhalation and exhalation is a meditation, a gentle rhythm that aligns with the movement of the universe. A thought surfaces, simple yet grounding, that peace, like the night, is available to all who pause and breathe, who open themselves to witness the beauty of creation and the tenderness of divine presence. The river flows quietly tonight, carrying prayers whispered softly into the darkness. The evening stretches across the sky like a velvet tapestry, deepening from soft indigo near the horizon to the rich, profound black of night overhead. Stars begin to appear, delicate points of light, flickering gently, each one seemingly singing its own quiet hymn. The air is cooler now, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and fallen leaves from the trees that line the riverbank. A few fireflies drift along the water's edge, blinking sporadically, their light faint but comforting, like tiny lanterns placed by unseen hands. The river itself moves slowly, steady and patient. Its surface mirrors the sky above, a rippling canvas of stars and moonlight, distorted ever so slightly by the current. The gentle sound of water lapping against stones forms a subtle rhythm, a lullaby that seems to flow directly into the heart. Sitting on a smooth rock at the edge of the river, you let your hands trail through the water, feeling its coolness against your skin, noticing how it flows around your fingers, circling and moving on, yet never rushed, never hurried. A heron glides silently above the river, its wings barely disturbing the air, landing carefully on a stone in the middle of the stream. Its patience is remarkable, a living image of stillness and presence. Watching it, the mind quiets further, each thought softening, slowing. You imagine the heron's gaze fixed not just on its prey but on the surrounding world, observing with serenity and care. In a similar way, you feel God's gaze, steady and tender, resting on you and the river alike. You open a small journal, its pages worn and familiar, the ink faded slightly from many nights of reflection. Tonight, you write a prayer, simple and sincere. Lord, let my heart rest in you, even as the river flows, constant and true. The act of writing is gentle, meditative. Each stroke of the pen mirrors the rhythm of the water and the movement of your breath. As words fill the page, the weight of the day lifts, replaced by a soft awareness of God's presence and protection. Across the riverbank, reeds sway in the night breeze, their rustling harmonizing with the water's song. A fox moves quietly through the shadows, pausing to listen, its ears twitching in careful attention. The subtle movement reminds you of the ways in which all creatures live with awareness, guided by instinct and care. It is a small reminder that life, even in its quietest moments, is watched over and held in balance by forces both gentle and wise. The moon, a slender crescent tonight, casts a pale silvery glow across the river. Its light touches the water and the stones, highlighting the textures, the small ridges and imperfections that are often unnoticed in daylight. These imperfections are beautiful, a testament to nature's artistry and the tender care of the Creator. Kneeling by the river, you dip your hands once more into the water, letting it slip through your fingers, imagining each drop carrying your thoughts, your worries and your gratitude into the greater flow of life. The sky deepens further, stars multiplying as clouds drift lazily overhead. A gentle owl calls from a distant tree, a soft rhythmic hoot that seems to answer your heartbeat. Its presence is unobtrusive yet profound, reminding you that the night holds its own guardians, its own steady witnesses. You close your eyes and breathe slowly, feeling the pulse of the river, the whisper of the reeds, the cool caress of the breeze on your face. Nearby, a small lantern flickers on the riverbank, its flame steady yet dancing with life. You approach it, noticing how its warmth contrasts with the cool night air, creating a small, comforting circle of light. Sitting beside it, you fold your hands and whisper another prayer, not of grandiosity, but of intimacy. Guide me, Lord, with your gentle hand. Let me walk in your light even when shadows fall. The candle's glow reflects in the water, splitting into tiny flickering shards of light that drift like gentle sparks. A cricket begins its song nearby, soft and rhythmic, adding a delicate percussion to the symphony of the night. Each chirp blends seamlessly with the river's murmur, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of the owl, forming a natural orchestra that is at once simple and profound. You lean back against a large stone, eyes closed, allowing the music to wash over you. In this stillness, the mind unclenches, the heart relaxes, and a sense of divine companionship settles deep within. The wind shifts slightly, carrying the subtle scent of night-blooming flowers, their fragrance sweet and tender. You inhale slowly, letting the scent fill your lungs, imagining it as the embrace of a loving presence, surrounding, sustaining, and quieting. The night seems to stretch infinitely, yet time feels suspended, each moment a meditation in itself. Reflections on the water show a mosaic of light and shadow, the stars, moon, and lanterns blending with ripples to form ever-changing patterns. Each ripple reminds you of the constancy of God, present in change, steady amidst motion. You trace them with your eyes, letting thoughts drift like leaves on the river, not clinging, just noticing. A feeling of trust grows, subtle yet undeniable, a calm knowing that every moment is held in divine care. As the night deepens, the sounds soften, the river flows more quietly, and the breeze becomes a gentle caress. You remain kneeling, feeling the stones beneath, the grass brushing your skin, the steady heartbeat of the river echoing within. You whisper gratitude for each small detail, the rustle of reeds, the shimmer of moonlight, the song of the owl, the simple presence of the night around you. These are not grand signs, but tender affirmations of God's attention, his constant, patient love. The heron lifts from the stone, gliding back into darkness, and you feel a quiet kinship with its grace. Each creature, each ripple, each star and each breath in the night is part of a greater tapestry, stitched with care and purpose. You take one last sip of the cool river water, feeling it refresh both body and soul, imagining it carrying your prayers gently into the infinite. The pine-scented night air carries a quiet blessing, inviting you to take gentle steps in faith. The forest breathes softly in the dark, each pine tree standing like a sentinel, bathed in the silver light of the moon. Shadows stretch and blend, forming subtle patterns on the forest floor, a mosaic of night and light that seems both still and alive. Each step you take is cushioned by fallen needles, soft and fragrant, releasing a faint aroma that mingles with the cool night breeze. Your footfalls are hushed, a quiet rhythm that matches the pulse of the surrounding woods. A distant stream murmurs faintly, almost as if in conversation with the wind that threads through the branches. The gentle rush of water over smooth stones is calming, a melody that needs no words, yet speaks directly to the heart. You pause for a moment, resting a hand against the rough bark of a nearby pine, feeling the texture under your fingertips. It grounds you, a subtle reminder of the Creator's touch in every living thing, of care in the smallest details of the world around you. The sky above the treetops is deep and vast, the stars shimmering like tiny embers in a great black hearth. One particularly bright star catches your gaze, lingering in the corner of your eye, and you feel a tender connection to the infinite, a reassurance that even in darkness, guidance and light are present. The wind carries a faint rustle of leaves, a soft chorus that seems to echo your own breathing, a gentle accompaniment to your walk through this serene cathedral of pines. Along the path, you notice small acts of life unnoticed in daylight. A rabbit slips quietly into the underbrush, leaving a faint trail of movement in the soft moss. Tiny moths hover over night-blooming flowers, their pale wings catching the moonlight like delicate brushstrokes. Each small life is part of the larger rhythm, each creature moving with purpose and quiet awareness, a mirror of the patient, unseen workings of God in your own life. You take a deep breath, inhaling the mingled scents of pine resin, damp earth, and the faint perfume of wildflowers. Each inhale seems to draw peace deeper into your lungs, into your heart, filling the spaces that had been restless. With every exhale, you imagine releasing worry, regret, or lingering unease, letting the night carry it away gently, as if the forest itself were a vessel of quiet grace. A small clearing opens up ahead where the moonlight falls freely, bathing the ground in a silver glow. The grass is soft, slightly damp with dew, each blade sparkling faintly as you step forward. Sitting down for a moment, you rest your palms on the earth, feeling the cool firmness beneath your fingers. In this stillness you whisper a simple prayer. Lord, let me walk through the night with your presence beside me, guiding my steps and my heart. The words are soft, almost a murmur, yet they resonate deeply, echoing the stillness around you. From the edge of the clearing an owl calls softly, its hoot rhythmic and measured, each note a gentle punctuation to the quiet of the night. The call seems to travel through the trees, bending around trunks and branches, finally reaching your ears as if designed only for you. You imagine the owl as a messenger of watchfulness and care, a symbol that God sees and listens, that no detail of your life is overlooked, no prayer unheard. The breeze shifts again, carrying with it the faintest whisper of a pine cone falling somewhere in the distance. Its soft impact on the forest floor is subtle, yet it catches your attention, reminding you of the beauty in small, unnoticed moments. You take note of these details, letting them anchor your thoughts, letting each observation deepen the sense of divine presence, of patient attention. Each rustle, each flash of moonlight, each cool breath of air reinforces a feeling of serenity, a quiet sanctuary in which you can simply exist. You stand and continue along the path, noticing how the shadows shift with each step. Branches sway lightly overhead, brushing against one another with a faint sighing sound as if speaking a soft, sacred language. You imagine the forest as a living testament, each tree, each leaf, each stone a part of God's enduring creation, a gentle reminder that nothing in your life is overlooked, that even in solitude you are watched over, cradled by care. Further along you find a fallen log, covered in soft moss, its surface cool and spongy. You sit upon it, letting your weight settle slowly. Above, the moonlight filters through the branches, scattering across your lap in silver speckles. You feel the pulse of the night, the rhythm of water in the stream, the movement of the wind, the quiet life of unseen creatures. You breathe deeply, feeling these rhythms align with the beating of your own heart, a gentle synchrony that evokes trust, presence, and comfort. A faint firefly emerges, glowing softly as it moves in a lazy, hypnotic pattern, illuminating the shadows with a delicate ephemeral light. Watching it, you feel a quiet marvel, a simple wonder at life's fragile beauty. You reflect on how God's light moves even in darkness, unnoticed at times, but constant and true, offering warmth and guidance. In that light, your thoughts soften, your mind releases its grip on worry, and a gentle peace spreads through your body, quieting the restless areas of heart and mind. Nearby, the stream widens slightly, reflecting the sky in a mirror-like stillness. You kneel to touch the water, feeling its coolness seep into your fingertips. Tiny ripples scatter across its surface, carrying reflections of stars and trees alike. Each ripple seems a prayer in motion, a reminder that life and faith are carried forward by small, consistent acts of grace. You whisper again softly, "Thank you, Lord, for guiding me, for your patience and love that never fail." The words seem to dissolve into the night, accepted and held within the vast calm of the forest. From deeper within the woods, you hear the faint rustle of leaves, the quiet steps of a deer moving carefully through underbrush. Its presence is serene, delicate and unobtrusive, yet profoundly grounding. You watch as it pauses briefly, ears flicking, eyes bright, before continuing along its hidden path. It reminds you that life moves quietly, faithfully, and with care, just as your faith carries you through unseen paths with gentle guidance. The forest darkens gradually, shadows becoming deeper, but the moon maintains its steady glow, like a gentle hand leading the way. You rise slowly, stretching, feeling your muscles relax, each movement unhurried and soft. The air is cooler now, crisp against your skin, carrying the scent of pine and earth more distinctly, comforting in its familiarity. Each breath is a rhythm, a slow meditation, anchoring you in the presence of God's creation. You take the final steps along the path back toward the small cabin you know waits at the edge of the forest. Its windows glow warmly, soft golden light spilling onto the ground. The contrast between night and hearth is soothing, a promise of rest and safety. You enter quietly, the door closing with a gentle click behind you, enclosing you in warmth and the familiar comfort of home. The pine-scented night air, the flowing stream, the flickering firefly, the distant owl and the soft moonlight, all of it stays with you etched in memory, a gentle reminder of faith, presence, and divine care. You settle into your chair by the window, cup of warm tea in hand, feeling the night settle around you, embracing you in quiet companionship and reassurance. Beneath the gentle glow of moonlight, each flower seems to whisper of God's tender care. The garden opens before you like a quiet sanctuary, the paths winding softly through beds of night-blooming flowers, their petals catching the silver light and shimmering faintly. A cool breeze drifts through, carrying the mingled fragrances of jasmine, honeysuckle, and wet earth. The leaves rustle with a gentle sigh, a soft accompaniment to the distant croak of frogs and the whisper of grass brushing against itself. Each sound, each scent, is a quiet hymn, a delicate reminder of the Creator's presence in the smallest details of life. You pause near a small fountain, its waters flowing in a steady, soothing murmur. The sound is rhythmic, a lullaby for the mind, blending with the distant call of a nightingale perched in a nearby tree. You watch the surface of the water, catching glimmers of moonlight that ripple with each gentle fall. Tiny droplets leap from the fountain's edge, landing on leaves and petals, sparkling briefly before settling. It is in these tiny movements, unnoticed in the bustle of day, that you feel God's quiet hand guiding all creation, orchestrating each moment with care. A narrow stone path leads you further into the garden. Moss grows between the stones, softening each step and cushioning your feet. You run your fingers along the cool, textured edges of the stones, feeling a grounding connection with the earth beneath. Every footfall, every gentle brush against leaf and stone becomes a meditation. Your mind quiets, and each thought of worry or fatigue dissolves like morning mist under the warmth of faith. The moon hangs low, spilling pale light over a small wooden bench tucked under a flowering arbour. You take a seat, allowing the cool night air to touch your face, and close your eyes for a moment. The scent of roses drifts toward you, soft and sweet, carrying with it the subtle memory of summer afternoons long past. A small butterfly, disturbed by your presence, flits silently between blossoms before vanishing into the night, a quiet symbol of life's gentle rhythms and God's attention to even the smallest creatures. You notice a pair of fireflies hovering near the edge of the garden, their tiny lights blinking in deliberate harmony. Each pulse of light is a soft punctuation in the darkness, a tiny living prayer illuminating the night. You breathe slowly, deeply, imagining your own prayers moving through the darkness like these tiny lanterns, small yet persistent, reaching toward the heavens with patient hope. You feel an inner stillness grow, a soft warmth spreading through your chest, the kind that comes not from light or heat, but from the gentle presence of God settling beside you. Near the garden's edge, a narrow stream trickles softly, water tumbling over smooth stones and gathering in tiny pools before continuing onward. You kneel and dip your hand into the cool water, watching ripples radiate outward, distorting the reflection of the moon above. Each ripple seems a gentle message. Even the smallest actions have far-reaching effect. Each small act of faith, each quiet moment of care, spreading peace and love in ways you cannot always see. You whisper a quiet prayer, thanking God for this serene moment, for the ability to witness such small wonders, and for the assurance that you are never truly alone. The garden seems to breathe around you, a living cathedral of scented leaves, moonlight and shadow. In the distance, a soft rustle signals a rabbit moving through the undergrowth, cautious but unhurried, a testament to the safety and patience that permeates this sacred space. You follow its movement with your eyes, noting the way its fur glimmers silver in the moonlight, the way it pauses occasionally to lift its nose to the night air, sensing and trusting the world around it. Each small motion is a lesson in faith, in quiet vigilance, in moving gently through life with awareness and trust. A gentle owl calls from high in a pine, the sound rolling over the garden like a soft bell. Its voice is measured, comforting, marking the passage of time with calm authority. You imagine the owl as a silent guardian, a companion in the stillness, listening for the faintest stirrings in the shadows, offering reassurance that vigilance and care exist even in silence. You exhale slowly, letting the rhythm of the night and the soft sounds of the garden synchronize with your heartbeat, each thump a reminder of life, presence, and divine attention. A delicate breeze stirs the blossoms above, and petals drift downward in slow, lazy arcs. You reach out to catch one, feeling its velvety texture between your fingers, marveling at the soft, subtle perfection of its form. It seems to embody the gentle, deliberate care that suffuses all creation, a silent testament that beauty and love are not loud, not rushed, but steady, tender and enduring. You place the petal on your palm and close your hand softly, holding it with reverence, feeling an intimate connection to the quiet artistry of God. Fireflies drift closer to the stream now, their lights mirrored in the moving water, and for a long while you sit quietly, watching the interplay of reflection and illumination. The stars above seem to pulse gently in response, a vast choir of light harmonizing with the small, intimate symphony unfolding in the garden below. You feel a profound stillness, a reassurance that each element of creation participates in a divine dance. Each sound, light, and movement a testament to patience, care, and unwavering presence. Your thoughts wander to the people you love, to the lives you touch, to the kindness you have seen and given. Each memory is a gentle echo of the divine, a confirmation that faith manifests not only in grand acts, but in small gestures, in quiet smiles, in listening and presence. You imagine each small action sending ripples outward, soft, enduring, a hidden grace touching others in ways unseen, yet perfectly aligned with God's will. The night deepens, and the garden is enveloped in a soft hush. The moonlight catches a glimmer on a dewdrop hanging from a blade of grass, tiny as a pinhead, yet reflecting the vast sky above. You hold your breath in quiet awe, recognizing in that small droplet the immense care that attends even the smallest parts of creation. Your heart fills with gratitude, your mind with peaceful reflection, and your spirit with the calm assurance of being part of something greater, something tender, steadfast and eternal. A soft breeze brushes your cheek as you rise, moving slowly toward the gate at the edge of the garden. The night air carries the faint scent of pine from the nearby woods, mingling with the sweetness of flowers. You walk with deliberate care, each step intentional, each motion a prayer in itself. The world around you hums with quiet life, and you are at once both observer and participant, cradled in a profound serenity that seems to flow from the very heart of creation. The garden's gate opens to the familiar path leading home. Warm light spills from the windows of your cottage, beckoning gently. You step forward with calm certainty, feeling the night's peace settle into your bones, the gentle flow of water, the distant owl, the soft rustle of leaves, all remain with you, echoes of divine presence accompanying your every step. As you enter your home and close the door, the stillness outside becomes a companion within, a gentle reminder that faith, care and love abide eternally. Beside the glowing hearth, warmth and faith weave together in gentle harmony. The cottage sits
quietly under a canopy of stars, the soft hush of night wrapping around it like a protective blanket. Through the window, a pale moon casts gentle light across the wooden floor, illuminating the flicker of a hearth fire. The flames dance softly, orange and gold, their glow reflected in the calm eyes of those who sit near, hands resting on laps or folded over a well-worn Bible. The quiet crackle of burning wood is rhythmic, almost like a whispered prayer, each pop a small punctuation in the gentle narrative of the evening. You notice the way the firelight plays along the walls, casting fleeting shadows of familiar objects, the curve of a chair, the edge of a table, a vase holding a single white bloom. Each shadow is alive in its subtle movement, as if the room itself breathes with the calm of divine presence. You draw a slow breath, feeling the warmth seep into your shoulders, releasing the weight of the day. The steady pulse of the flame seems to synchronize with your heartbeat, reminding you that in this quiet space, time flows differently, slower, measured by reflection, gratitude and stillness. From the kitchen comes the faint aroma of chamomile tea, steeped to a soothing perfection. The scent mingles with the subtle woodsy smell of the hearth, creating a balm for the senses. You lift the cup with both hands, feeling its warmth radiate into your palms. As you sip, the liquid's gentle bitterness and floral notes remind you of patience, of lingering in the moment, and of savouring the simplest blessings, each a reflection of God's care in the ordinary rhythms of life. Outside, the wind murmurs softly through the trees, brushing leaves against each other in a delicate chorus. You open the window slightly to let in the cool, fragrant night air. A solitary cricket begins its nightly song, joined by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft rustle of underbrush stirred by a wandering rabbit. Each sound is small yet significant, a quiet affirmation of life's persistence, its steadiness, and the divine hand that orchestrates it all. You listen, allowing the patterns of nature to guide your thoughts into reflection and prayer, recognizing God's attention even in these gentle, overlooked moments. The hearthlight casts a shimmer on the pages of an open Bible resting on the table nearby. You trace your finger over familiar verses, reading slowly, savouring the cadence of the words. Each phrase is a soft whisper into your spirit. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Be still and know that I am God. You breathe with each line, letting the text sink in like the slow absorption of sunlight into earth after a long winter, feeling the steady presence of faith settle into your bones. A small cat curls near the edge of the rug, purring softly, its warmth and gentle rhythm adding to the room's meditative cadence. You reach down to stroke its fur, feeling the fine vibrations beneath your fingers, the simple comfort of connection and trust.
In that quiet exchange, you are reminded that God's care extends to all creatures large and small, and that even a moment as ordinary as this is sacred when met with awareness and gratitude. Outside, a breeze stirs the chimes hanging by the porch, the metal soft and melodic as they sway, producing a series of gentle notes that mingle with the crackle of the fire. You close your eyes and allow the sound to guide you inward, imagining each note as a quiet breath from heaven, wrapping around you like a reassuring embrace. The cadence is slow, deliberate, encouraging a release of tension, a gentle focus on the here and now, and a deep acknowledgement of life's continuity under God's watchful gaze. Your gaze drifts to the flickering shadows near the ceiling, where the firelight catches the edge of a framed photograph, a loved one smiling, captured in a sunlit moment long ago. A sense of warmth spreads through your chest, a soft blend of nostalgia and reverence. You whisper a quiet prayer for those no longer near, for those whose paths may wander far from you, entrusting them to the same divine care that cradles your own soul in this still hour. A few wooden shelves hold small trinkets and tokens, souvenirs of journeys, memories, and acts of kindness. You lift a smooth stone, warm from the fire's proximity, and roll it gently between your fingers. Each imperfection, each tiny groove, tells a story of time, resilience, and the beauty found in imperfection, a reflection of the patience and love of the Creator. You smile softly, letting the tactile sensation guide your meditation, sensing how faith and awareness interlace through ordinary acts and ordinary objects. The room grows cooler as the night deepens. You move closer to the hearth, drawing the blanket around your shoulders. The fire's warmth touches your hands, the flickering light playing on the walls and ceiling. A faint sound of distant water, perhaps a creek beyond the garden, blends with the rustle of trees and the night chorus of insects, creating a symphony of serenity. Each layer of sound and movement is a subtle reminder that life continues in its quiet, deliberate rhythm, guided by a steady hand, attentive to both the grand and the minute. You open a small journal resting on the table, pen poised above the page. Slowly, deliberately, you record thoughts, prayers, and reflections. Each word flows like a stream, small yet meaningful, documenting gratitude, hope, and reverence. The act itself becomes meditative, each stroke of ink a gentle dialogue with the divine, an acknowledgement that even in silence, communication of the heart is both heard and treasured. The flames begin to settle, a soft glow lingering in place of tall flickers. You lift your gaze to the ceiling, noticing how shadows now rest quietly, almost as if settling in for sleep themselves. The night outside seems to respond, the moon drifting, slightly behind a veil of clouds, stars dimming just enough to encourage calm focus within. You feel a sense of stillness encompassing your body, your mind, and your spirit. Faith, gratitude, and awareness interweave seamlessly, like threads of light in a woven tapestry. Time seems to stretch as you sit in this quiet communion, each breath synchronized with the rhythm of the fire, the gentle stirring of the cat, the whispering wind. You reflect on the small actions of the day, a smile shared, a meal prepared, a word of comfort spoken. You recognize the eternal significance in these minor acts, the presence of God in every gesture, every heartbeat, every quiet, attentive moment. The night draws onward, and the hearth's fire diminishes to a soft ember glow. You rise slowly, carrying a lingering warmth in your chest, each step a deliberate, grateful acknowledgement of the peace and protection that surrounds you. You glance once more at the open Bible, then at the sleeping cat, then at the moonlit window, letting each image settle in your mind like a gentle lullaby, weaving calm and serenity into the folds of your spirit. Under the silver glow of moonlight, faith and quiet wonder intertwine. The garden lies still, bathed in the soft silver sheen of a full moon, each leaf outlined with delicate luminescence. Shadows stretch long across the flower beds, their forms softened by the gentle night. A thin mist rises from the earth, carrying the faint scent of lavender and rosemary, mingling with the cooler air that drifts through the garden gate. The stillness is profound, punctuated only by the distant hum of night insects and the occasional rustle of a small animal moving unseen among the shrubs. Each sound is tender, deliberate, like a quiet affirmation of life's continual presence and God's meticulous care in every detail. You walk slowly along the stone path, feeling the cool edges beneath your fingers as you trace them lightly. Each step is measured, deliberate, as though the garden itself asks for reverent attention. Moonlight glances off a small fountain where water trickles steadily, the sound a gentle rhythm echoing softly against nearby walls. The liquid's flow is unhurried, reflective, reminding you of the patience inherent in creation and the quiet constancy of God's hand guiding all things. A leaf drifts to the surface and spins slowly, turning in a delicate dance, catching your attention as though teaching a silent lesson in grace and surrender. The roses, pale and dew-kissed, open softly to the night, their petals glimmering like small lanterns scattered across the darkened beds. You pause beside one, bending slightly to inhale its subtle fragrance, a mixture of sweetness and warmth that evokes calm reflection. You breathe slowly, deliberately, feeling the tension of the day ease away, replaced by a profound awareness of God's presence in these ordinary, tender wonders. Each scent, each movement, each whispering leaf is a small message, a reminder that faith often resides in the quiet and understated, not in grand gestures. A garden bench sits beneath a tall elm, its branches stretching outward in a protective embrace. You settle onto the bench, letting your shoulders sink and your back press gently against the worn wood. Your hands rest in your lap, fingers loosely intertwined, a gesture of calm acceptance and receptivity. The night air brushes against your cheeks, cool and soothing, carrying with it the faint metallic scent of distant rain on stone. Somewhere above, an owl watches silently, its eyes reflecting moonlight, a sentinel of wisdom and stillness. Its quiet observation feels like a divine acknowledgement of your presence and your attentiveness to this moment of reflection. Your gaze drifts upward, tracing the contours of clouds that move lazily across the night sky. Stars peek through, twinkling gently, like scattered jewels placed by the Creator's hand. Each constellation evokes memory and wonder, the stories of ancestors, the quiet mysteries of the cosmos, and the assurance that across time and space, the same God watches and cares for all creation. You lift your face slightly to the breeze, inhaling deeply, and feel a subtle alignment with the rhythm of the universe, the slow cadence of life, and the deep, unwavering constancy of divine love. A gentle wind stirs the garden chimes that hang from a low archway. They sway slightly, producing a soft, melodic tone that mingles with the rustling leaves and the faint gurgle of the fountain. You close your eyes to focus on the delicate layers of sound, each note a reminder of harmony and order in the world. With each chime, your mind softens, letting go of lingering worry, regret, or concern. It is as though the garden itself, the night sky, and the subtle orchestra of nature conspire to lull your spirit into trust and stillness, inviting a meditation on grace, presence, and gratitude. Near the path, A small cluster of wildflowers blooms quietly, their tiny petals catching what little light filters through the moonbeams. You kneel briefly to admire them, noting the meticulous symmetry of each flower, the slight imperfections that make them unique. It strikes you as a perfect metaphor for the human soul, crafted with care, resilient despite adversity, and radiant in its individuality. You whisper a short prayer of thanks, feeling it dissolve into the air like the mist that hovers above the soil, carried upward and outward, unnoticed yet potent in its sincerity. The fountain's water continues to trickle, and you watch as a solitary frog leaps from one stone to another, its movement deliberate yet playful. You smile softly, amused at the small joy in this simple natural act. Each ripple in the water mirrors the subtle undulations of life's quiet moments, the gentle unfolding of purpose and the small, often unnoticed ways in which God's presence manifests. You allow your awareness to expand, embracing the entire garden as a sacred space where both beauty and divinity coexist seamlessly, where each breath and glance serves as a quiet conduit for peace. A distant fox rustles through the underbrush, its movements careful and silent. You imagine it pausing, listening to the night sounds, as if it too acknowledges the sanctity of this space. You reflect that all creatures, human and non-human alike, participate in a world designed for harmony, each playing a role in a larger tapestry of life. The realization deepens your sense of belonging and trust, reinforcing the quiet conviction that God's guidance permeates all experiences seen and unseen, subtle and profound. Your thoughts wander to the day's small acts of kindness, the quiet conversation with a neighbour, the helping hand extended to someone in need, the simple meal shared without expectation. You sense the enduring value of these deeds, understanding that they resonate beyond their immediate impact, carried into the unseen spaces of grace, weaving a continuous thread of care and love. You let your chest rise and fall with measured breaths, feeling each inhalation draw in serenity, and each exhalation release tension, blending awareness and devotion into a rhythm that mirrors the gentle flow of water in the fountain. The moon moves slowly across the sky, casting shifting shadows that seem to dance across the stone path and the flowers, forming transient patterns that feel sacred in their impermanence. You follow the movements with your gaze, allowing each shadow to remind you of the fleeting nature of worries and the enduring constancy of God's care. A single firefly passes near, illuminating the night briefly with a warm, tiny glow, an emblem of hope, guidance, and the quiet miracles present in all moments. You feel a deep, soothing joy, as though the universe itself joins in a gentle hymn of assurance, softly singing of love that is infinite and intimate. The garden feels alive in its quietness, each sound, scent, and movement harmonizing in a tapestry of stillness. Your thoughts settle on the understanding that the divine resides not only in grand gestures or monumental events, but also in the gentle, persistent rhythms of everyday life. Each flower, each ripple, each whisper of wind is a manifestation of care. Each small action a reflection of God's tender attention. You allow your awareness to rest here, on the interplay of simplicity, beauty, and faith, the quiet magic of ordinary moments infused with sacred presence. You sit on the bench for some time, eyes drifting closed, letting the night and the garden envelop you. Your breathing synchronizes with the rhythm of nature, the trickle of water, the murmur of leaves, the faint nocturnal song of distant insects. All becomes steady and soothing, a lullaby composed by life itself. Thoughts and worries dissipate, leaving only a gentle awareness of presence, connection, and gratitude. You feel a profound sense of being held, of safety, of restfulness cradled by creation and God's unending care. The cool night air mixes with the lingering warmth of the bench and the glow of the moonlight. You rise slowly, stretching gently, feeling the energy of life flow through your limbs, not hurriedly, but with a deliberate, grateful appreciation. Each movement is small, yet significant, a mindful acknowledgement of the body and spirit working together in harmony. You take one last look at the garden, the fountain, the flowers, the chimes, the elm, and silently thank God for these gifts, present and eternal. A soft rustle of leaves drifts across your path as you make your way back to the cottage. The moonlight continues to bathe the garden in silver serenity, each shadow and reflection a quiet testimony of order, beauty, and gentle divine oversight. You enter the door and close it behind you, carrying with you the calm, the stillness, and the light of faith, a warmth that will remain even as the night deepens. You settle by the hearth once more, wrapped in a blanket of calm and quiet devotion, letting the moonlit garden linger in your heart, a gentle guide into rest and sleep.